By way of introduction, my name is Dibala Nair. I'm a broadcast journalist, and I'm the facilitator of the conference since yesterday until the desired end that we'll be having later today in the afternoon with the Deal Room. So I extend a hearty welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us. And if you're seated way behind, why can't you just scoot over in front so that we could be able also to see your face and create more room for them that will be coming in the course of the day. Thank you very much. I'm eagerly waiting, kindly calling upon the people who are in the exhibition booths. Will you kindly come back to the plenary? We begin the program. Our guests are already here with us, our chief guests. So we want to begin the program right now. And just to remind you, the hashtag is hashtag ICCF 2025. Let's use that in all our socials. We tell the people what is happening. This is the second ICCF following what we began with last year, a successful ICCF 2024, a build on it. So remember, in all the socials, on X, on Twitter, on X, which is formerly Twitter, on Facebook, on Snapchat if you're there, on Instagram, on TikTok, you can post some of the clips that you've captured from here, the speeches, the panel discussions, all the presentations. Karibuni sana. Still calling upon you. Welcome back to the plenary. Let's continue with the program so that we are not bereft of time. Wherever you are, if you're still outside and chatting, I welcome you back to the plenary. Welcome to the second day of the ICCF conference, which is running under the theme of empowerment and exploring markets opportunities in contract farming. There's a need to understand market demands and creating linkages. And from the robust discussions that we had yesterday, they really showcased how these linkages, they come under the confluence of contract farming, how artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, the digital interface can be utilized and optimized in making a successful contract farming. How these linkages operate way from the farm to the fork. So today you will get to see also how women and the youth can actively participate in this. Yesterday we saw one of the presenters here, a youthful young man, Edward Njiru, who was a poster child of how the youth are taking a flash of so they can create more room. Thank you. Don't be far way behind there. Like Eutychus, if you may remember Eutychus in the Bible, who was sitting at the edges. And he fell asleep at some point. So we will welcome you. Welcome to the plenary. Let's create more room for the guys who are seated way behind there. Let's come in so that we can begin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate. Let's begin. So as we wait for our guests, We just want to get a bit of a recap that we had yesterday, of what we had yesterday for the benefits of them that are joining us today, so that you can get an inkling of what to expect this morning. But if you don't have the program with you, I think the tech team is going to project the QR code for you to just scan that particular program and get a snippet of what we do have this morning, which is a day 2. I would like us to stand up. Let's stand up a bit. Good. You can turn to your neighbor, welcome your neighbor, Mwambie Karibu ICCF 2025. Yes. And Kolo will give us a bit of music. We want to get some selfie. If you have your phone, we have some Kodak moments. Yeah? Would we kindly just walk around and take selfies with one another and post them on our social media so that we tell the people, guys, it's happening. This is ICCF 2025. And what is the theme? It's all about exploring market opportunities in contract farming. Okay, where are your phones? Show me. Good, good. Let's walk around and take selfies. Yeah, I'm coming down. We want to post them on our TikTok, on all our socials, on Twitter. Come on, take selfie. Not go to someone. Just don't take it by yourself. Don't be selfish. Go take it with a friend. I want to see some movement. Yeah, let's do it. Selfie. Let me take with all of you. There you are. Selfie, 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 selfie. Make sure you post it on your socials. Selfie, selfie. Selfie, selfie. Tell everyone it's happening here at Sarit Center Expo. ICCF 2025, running under the theme Exploring Market Opportunities in Contract Farming, Understanding Market Demands and Creating Linkages. Fantastic. Fantastic. You're still taking them. Good. Fantastic. Right, let's just have our seats. And if media team may indulge me, just to give you a recap of what really happened yesterday, I think they're going to play by us a clip to refresh our memory and for the benefit of them that are joining us today. Welcome.
This international conference on contract farming is very important and a timely conference, especially for Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa, because Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa were mainly agrarian society.
Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the 5th largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee and oil.
So one of the key things we are trying to achieve here is to bring the experts and the producers in one room so that each one of them can understand the challenges for the farmers.
It is also within the framework of a contract farming that you're able to take care of the quality, to get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market.
It's not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities.
It is also important for the private companies who are engaging with the contract farming, because it is also for them important to get a reliable supply of agricultural products.
You have to research well to find out what the market wants, as she said, how the market wants it, so that you are producing for a particular market.
This international conference on contract farming is very important and a timely conference, especially for Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa, because Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa were mainly agrarian society.
Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the fifth largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee and oil.
So one of the key things we are trying to achieve here is to bring the experts and the producers in one room so that each one of them can understand the challenges for the farmers.
It is also within the framework of a contract farming that you're able to take care of the quality, to get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market.
It's not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities.
It is also important for the private companies who are buying, engaging with the contract farming, because it is also for them important to get a reliable supply of agricultural products.
You have to research well to find out what the market wants, as she said, how the market wants it, so that you are producing for a particular market.
This international conference on contract farming is very important.
Thank you, Media Team. Yes, at least you have a snippet of what we had yesterday with our delegates and our chief guests that were here. Some of them couldn't make it. They sent representatives. And we want to continue with the program this morning. And we will begin also with a panel discussion. Just maybe to act and give you a snippet of what this is all about. They always say that around the world, agriculture is undergoing a profound transformation. As climate pressure intensifies, markets evolve, and technologies reshape value chains. Contract farming has emerged as a powerful pathway to improve productivity, reduce risk, and open new economic opportunities. Yet for millions of smallholders, particularly women, youth, and marginalized rural communities, these opportunities remain unevenly distributed. And we endeavor to address this with today's panel, which focuses on inclusive agripreneurship, a growing global movement urging governments, agribusiness, financial institutions, and development organizations to rethink how contract farming models are designed and implemented. The goal is not only to boost yields or secure supply chains, is to ensure that those historically left behind, and mostly we know the youth, and I was talking about Edward Njiru and the women as well, who have been somehow slighted on the sides. Women farmers with limited land rights, young people barred by capital constraints, and smallholders excluded from formal markets can fully participate and prosper. Now, across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and beyond, inclusive contract farming has shown remarkable potential, of course, empowering women with fairer contracts and stronger bargaining power, giving youth access to modern agri-tech and entrepreneurship opportunities, linking smallholders to stable markets, financing and training, strengthening households' incomes and rural resilience, and accelerating progress towards global development goals, including poverty reduction, food security, and gender equality. So as we gather today, we ask poignant questions that should be hanging on the rafters of your mind this morning. How do we build contract farming systems that are not only efficient, but equitable? How do we redesign policies, partnerships, and value chains so that agripreneurship becomes a driver of shared prosperity? And we shall be looking at that with our panelists much, much later in the course of the program. So, as I've said, if you've not gotten handy of the program, the media team should upload the QR code so that you can actually just scan it and it will take you directly to where that should be. So maybe just to give you a tender reminder of what we expect from the discussion this morning, strengthening the participation of women, youth, and smallholders in contract farming. That is where the focus will be this morning, leveraging agroeconomy, innovations, and agripreneurship to boost productivity and inclusivity, expanding market access through partnerships, aggregation, and value addition, gender and youth responsive financing and capacity building models, showcasing successful inclusive agribusiness and cooperative initiatives. And today we'll have the honor of hearing from Nancy Gitonga, the Chief Executive Officer of One Voice Women Trade Network. Also we'll have Monica Nyaga, Gender, Youth, and Advocacy Program Lead, that is Pelham, or Pelham Kenya. Faith Mbugua, Business Development and Programs Support, SAFA or SAFA. Saverino Manene, who is the Assistant Director of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture. And that will be moderated by Salimo Wakilimo. I like the rhyme there. Salimo Wakilimo, who's the co-founder of the Agriculture Made Attractive, or AMA. In the meantime, we want to appreciate our guests who are already checking in. And I want to acknowledge the presence of Mohammed Al Gufaili from the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Nairobi. Thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate. Also, we have with us Raja Obama, and Raja Obama will be representing the Ministry of Livestock. We were expecting Jonathan Mweke to be here today, but he sends his apologies, and he has sent Raja Obama to represent him. So it is good to also get to know what is happening, especially with the ministry, what policies are at hand, what bills are in Parliament that are being debated that adversely also affect you in one way or the other. If you're a dairy farmer, like Edwin Njiru of Sophie Limited as well. So that is also what we're looking forward to. So without much further ado, allow me to extend and yield the floor to Raja Obama to come to the podium so that he can give us the opening remarks. Kindly put your hands together and make me welcome Raja. Raja, good morning. Are you looking for something? I'm good. We'll meet again. Thank you so much. Karibu. And also allow me to just acknowledge Mr. Haj Ibrahim from Machakos County. I was the country director there, Machakos County government. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Rajab Obama from the State Department for Livestock Development in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, where I work as a Deputy Director in charge of marketing, and agribusiness. I'm here the capacity to represent the PS, Jonathan Mweke, who was not able to be with us today. And in that note, he sent me with a speech, or a speech, which I would have the pleasure to read to you, so that we can have what he wanted to share with us. So, as the speech goes, Your Excellencies, representatives from embassies, distinguished guests, development partners, government officials, private sector leaders, farmers, and stakeholders in agriculture. It is a great honor to join you this morning at the International Conference on Contract Farming 2025, held under the timely theme of exploring market opportunities in contract farming. Allow me to begin by extending warm greetings on behalf of the State Department of Livestock Development, and to commend the organizers for bringing together such a diverse community of stakeholders who shares a common commitment to transforming agriculture into a modern, market-driven, and inclusive sector. The livestock sector plays a pivotal role in Kenya's economy and the livelihoods of our people. It contributes significantly to agricultural GDP, provides employment to millions, and it is a major source of food security and income, particularly in our arid and semi-arid lands. Yet, despite this importance, livestock producers continue to face persistent challenges. This includes limited access to markets, fluctuating prices, inadequate infrastructure, and weak linkages with processors and consumers. These challenges can often lead to income instability and discourage long-term investment in productivity and quality. That is why the State Department for Livestock Development, through the National Livestock Development and Promotion Services, has prioritized the streamlining of livestock services. We are focusing on improving breeding programs, strengthening animal health systems, and expanding extension services, all aimed at ensuring that livestock farmers can access timely information, quality inputs, and reliable veterinary support. This year's conference theme, Exploring Market Opportunities in Contract Farming, is particularly relevant to our work. Contract farming provides a structured approach that links producers directly to off-takers, guaranteeing markets and fair prices while reducing uncertainty for both farmer and the buyer. For livestock farmers, contract arrangements can facilitate predictable incomes, enhance quality standards, and minimize losses by ensuring animals are produced according to market demands. It also promotes investment in inputs, feeds, and technology, as farmers gain confidence that their efforts will be rewarded by assured market access. We have seen examples across Kenya where contractual models in milk, poultry, and beef value chains have improved consistency of supply and quality, enabling smallholders to participate in more formal and lucrative markets. These success stories demonstrate that when partnerships are well structured and mutually beneficial, they can transform livelihoods and stimulate rural economies. Through national livestock development and promotion services, the government is implementing several initiatives designed to creating market access and attracting investments in livestock sector. Among these are promoting aggregation and cooperative marketing models that allow small-scale producers to meet the volumes and quality required by the larger buyers, establishing livestock value chain platforms to improve coordination among producers, processors, and traders, encouraging private sector participation in feed production, cold chain logistics, and export market development, and supporting infrastructure investments, including livestock markets, holding grounds, and quarantine stations, to improve traceability and sanitary standards for both domestic and export markets. These initiatives are not undertaken in isolation. They are guided by our broad vision under the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which seeks to make agriculture a key driver of inclusive economic growth, food security, and resilience. The deal room segment of this conference is particularly exciting addition. It will offer a practical space where ideas meet opportunities, bringing together producers, agribusiness buyers, service providers, and investors to explore real partnership across agricultural value chain. For the livestock sector, this platform will help unlock solutions to long-standing market access challenges by linking farmers directly with off-takers, financiers, and logistic partners. It is through such collaborative exchange that we can turn discussions into tangible outcomes. New contracts, new investments, and strong value chain linkages that drive growth and resilience. I encourage all participants to use this platform to share experiences, innovations, and lessons from across Africa and beyond. Let us explore new models, new technologies, new financing mechanisms that can make contract farming more accessible and beneficial to all actors in the value chain. In conclusion, allow me once again to thank the organizers of the International Conference for Contract Farming 2025 for providing this opportunity for dialogue and collaboration. I reaffirm that the State Department for Livestock Development commits to working closely with partners to expand opportunities for livestock farmers through structured and sustainable contract farming models. Together, we can transform the livestock sector into a competitive, market-oriented, and resilient industry that drives growth, food security, and prosperity for our communities. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful deliberation during the conference. Thank you very much. That is the speech from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Production, Livestock Development.
Kindly give him, Mr. Obama, a good round of applause. This is the speech from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, Jonathan Moeke. And of course, we are very cognizant and alive to the fact that also the government is trying to steamroll the aggregation and cooperative mechanisms that he's highlighted, livestock value chain platforms that also is being staged, infrastructure development around that particular area, and they're very keen on export as well, especially even our leather here, processing in the country. We are looking forward to the cooperation of the government in facilitating our farmers who are endeavoring to venture into that particular field and who will be here. It's highlighted also, I think this is the creme de la creme of the conference, the deal room, which will be happening much, much later today, where we get now to have every participant coming in. We have the farmers, we have the financiers, we have the advisors, the experts, the consultants as well, who will be part of that particular deal room much, much later in the course of the day. So you here, I had someone that has a 90-acre piece of land, and he doesn't have the wherewithal on how to turn it out to be a productive, piece of land for himself, because you don't have the finances. So how do they collaborate? Where do they get also good source of advice on how they can enrich, their soil? Yeah? So I think the deal room is what he's looking forward to get all this support with the contract farming. Good. Inclusive agripreneurship, empowering women, youth, and smallholders in contract farming. This is the panel discussion that we want to, of course, now engage and hear from our panelists. Before we do that, I just want to have you also just scan this. This is a program, if you don't have it, as we wait for Hillary to put up the Slido. A few questions, maybe just to tease up the session and to stimulate your mind when we're looking at inclusive agripreneurship, empowering women, youth, and smallholders in contract farming, which is a panel discussion. Hillary, are you ready? If you could just put the Slido so that also you can scan that particular QR code there. If you have your phone, would you kindly just scan the QR code? And we're asking, what do you see as the biggest barrier to inclusive contract farming? What do you see as the biggest barrier to inclusive contract farming? A, is it limited access to finance? B, is it unequal bargaining power? C, lack of training, stroke extension services? Let's get you participating. If you have your phone, kindly just scan it. It will take you direct there. I can see one person is saying unequal bargaining power. I can see limited access to finance at 33%. Limited access to finance is a big one at 50%. Lack of training extension, no one there. So far we have 4 people. We are more than 4 people here, right? So if you have your phone, kindly scan it so that we can get more reactions. Scan, 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 scan. Let me also scan as well and put mine. Still at 44%, A. Are we done with that? Is anyone still trying to? Let me try and put mine so that we can close the poll and go to the next question. What do you see as the biggest barrier to inclusive contract farming? Limited access to finance, unequal bargaining power. I'll say also myself there, I had a little there. Limited access to finance, I think that is also the big tipping wire. All right, 38% unequal bargaining power, 63%, I think A takes it. No one says lack of training and extension services. Extension services is not a tripping wire. People have been hearing people decrying that we don't have the extension services officer on the field to train and advise. Sometimes they come in very handy. Okay, A takes it. We close that particular poll on the first question as we wait for the next question. So as Hillary is trying to put up the next question, you all are in consensus that we are lacking proper finances, which is a tripping wire for you to steamroll your farming endeavors and business. But how then do we solve this particular problem? We had a session yesterday on financing in the afternoon, and many of our panelists are open. They say, yeah, there is a money, but you need also to have a good proposal at hand on how we're going also to convert your proposal into an exceedingly beneficial, profitable business that will be able to recoup also our investment at the end of the day. So it's all about you making sure that whatever money that you've given, finances that has been extended to you also is of benefit to the farmer. Do you have a second question, Hillary? Or are you stuck? So as he's trying to upload that, let's participate more. I can see we have 19 participants there. We're more than 19. The next question will be nice if you can also get to participate. Let me just pick up my laptop. I think I had it there so that I can read out the next question, but I think it's up here. Here we are. Which group requires the most immediate support to participate fully in contract farming? Which group requires the most immediate support to participate fully in contract farming? Are they coming in? Are they women farmers, youth agripreneurs, smallholder households? Which group do you think they need the most immediate support to participate fully in contract farming? We have youth agripreneurs at 100%. No one, women, the women in the house, you're not supporting yourself. At 25, we have smallholders, households going to 40. 60% is youth agripreneurs, smallholder households, right? Smallholder farmers, not yet 50. All right. B has gone to, so we, okay. B is at 56% youth, smallholders, households. Women farmers, they don't need support. Nimko sawa. I think the women are okay. They don't need support at all. So they don't need immediate support to participate fully in contract farming. But a lot of women I can see, they're the farmers, according to what we had yesterday. C at 50%, so it's a tie in there. Youth agripreneurs and smallholders, going back to 45, B's at 55. Are we done? Anyone who's still trying to upload it, or maybe the internet is a bit slow? Good. So, youth agripreneurs, everyone is in consensus, are the people who require the most immediate support to participate fully in contract farming. Okay, so we will also be putting a lot of efforts to trying to making sure that there's that nexus between the good proposals, the good dreams, and who are the angel investors, the venture capitalists that will come in and save the day. As we just had, private sector partnership also is very key. The government has always been pushing the envelope of the PPP, and we always say that you cannot whistle an orchestra or a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play the symphony. So it's all about team effort, it's all about partnership, so that we can work together on this. All right, so women, they take the lead. No, not the women, the youth agripreneurs, they take the lead there. No score for women so far. I'll wonder why, but I'm very interested to know why. Okay, the next question, Hillary, if you're ready. In the meantime, I can tease it out from, let me see if I can access it here from my phone so that I can tell you which is the next question. as Hillary is trying to upload it. So, where are you? Hillary, are we good? Good. That has been quick. So the third question is, and the last one, what is the most effective way to make contract farming more gender inclusive? From your own estimation, what is the most effective way to make contract farming more gender inclusive? Is it A, fair and transparent contracts? B, strengthening women's land and resource rights? C, tailored training and capacity building for women? A now stands at 100%. 2 people have voted. Fair and transparent contracts. 1 person for B, that is strengthening women's lands and resource rights. I thought that should also be part of the last question on as an option there. We have 5 people so far. A at 80, fair and transparent contracts. Fair and transparent contracts. Any? It's going to 86, 7 people have voted. Well, we need more. Right, we were at 19, 20 there, 24, 8 people. 88, A stand, fair and transparent contracts. Any other? B, 10 there, B at 20%, strengthening women's lands and resource rights. No one talking about tailored training and capacity building for women. It seems of course, training is not getting any keen interest. We have from the 2 questions. Oh, okay, we're getting 7%, tailored training and capacity building for women. A takes it at 60%. Anyone? 15 people have voted, 16 now. Fair and transparent contracts. Strengthening women's land and resource rights at 24%. Right, training still at 24%, lagging behind. 56% on fair and transparent contracts. That's why we're here. Strengthening women's lands and resource rights still stands, now that is a tie, B and C. Anyone? We don't want to leave you behind. Anyone on this? We don't want to leave you behind. So that we know which takes the lead. Fair and transparent contracts. At 56%, still at 18. 20, okay, I can see. One more at C. Tailored training and capacity building for women. Still be at 21%. C at 26%. All right. Is that it? We close it? Okay. C has gone to 26% there. Tailored training and capacity building for women. But A is still at 53%. All right, let's leave it at that. That is now the reality on the ground. So this is a snippet of just a segue of where we want to participate. And I would like to call our session speakers to the podium right now. Nancy Gitonga, the Chief Executive Officer, One Voice Women Trade Network. If you may kindly just walk up to the podium. Thank you for joining us this morning. Also, Monica Nyaga, Gender, Youth and Advocacy Program Lead, Pelum, Kenya. Monica Nyaga, thank you, Monica, good to see you. Faith Bogwa, Business Development and Program Support, SAF. If you're here kindly, Faith Bogwa, good to see you. Saverino Manene. Saverino Manene. I like the way your name really rolls off my tongue. Saverino. It's good. Assistant Director of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you for joining us. And lastly, we want to call upon our moderator, Salimo Wakilimo. Thank you, Salimo Wakilimo, co-founder, Agriculture Made Attractive. Please give our panelists and moderator a round of applause as they As they come to the, oh, come on. I know Salimo is not really happy with that kind of clapping. Could we stand up a bit so that we can, let's stand up and warm up. Yesterday we began with our finger. If you're joining us today, let's do it again. This is what just to make you wake up a bit and be nimble and active and attentive, because this requires you to keep out your ears and keep your eyes peeled so that you may get the rich stream of information that will be dispensed by our able panelist with, of course, the assistance of our moderator. Where is your finger? Show me your finger. Lift it higher. Higher. Good. You know, President William Ruto has been talking about housing the nation, isn't it? With affordable housing. But we can have our own housing as well. So if you may scoot over just to your friend, Salimo, if you may join me here as you're getting mic'd, right? Just walk over here so that we can showcase. Salimo? So I want us a zigzag. So Salimo has a finger like that, and I get to house her. She's feeling warm. So that we have someone else. So we go like this. So Obama and Haj and Mohammed, you can actually just come closer to each other. Yeah? Then lift your finger up. One of you can house a finger. Obama, you can house that part. Yes. Good. So we have a zigzag. Everyone is housed? Is everyone left out? No one is being left behind. Are we all housed? Say yay. Say yes. No, I can't see you. Say yes. Good. On my count, right? That is 1 to 3. I want you to grab Salimo's finger. So me, I'll grab Salimo's finger. You grab your neighbor's fingers. Okay? And make sure you don't get your finger grabbed. Right? So it's a cat and mouse play. I want to see how attentive, how active, how nimble, how agile you are. Are you ready? On my count, drums rolling. 1, 2. Hey, follow away. Slowly roll. 1, 2, 3. Grab the finger. No, that is a dummy run. Don't sit here. Don't sit here. That is a dummy run. Only do perfectly. That's how we do. Not yet. Don't sit. Okay. Now redeem yourself. If you're grabbed, I grabbed Salimo's finger, by the way. She's not really active and agile and attentive. Okay. This is the time to redeem yourself. Obama, Haj, don't get tired. Exercise a bit. Are you ready? This is a chance to redeem yourself. 1, 2. Redeem yourself! Salima, I grabbed yours. Thank you so much. A round of applause to you. Thank you. Let me just extend the mic to Salimo.
Hello. How are you? Please wave at me if you can't see me. Oh, you can all see me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you being here, and we appreciate the convener of this event, Contract Farming. My name is Salimo Akilimo. That's my bio, in case I will tell you more about me. But in the meantime, allow me to go into the whole process on what we are doing today. And today's discussion is more so just understanding why do we have to have inclusivity while we are doing this whole process. Contract farming has been one of the things that not many people accept because we are not sure if the market will be picked. But then when the market is ready for us and we have a whole value chain, then we are able to fully get over and accept that we can be part of contract farming. So as we have this discussion, I will also take questions from you, maybe 2 or 3. So if you have a question, as we continue, just write it down. I will have the mic come to you, all right? Thank you so much. Welcome to our panelists, Karibuni Sana. Thank you for being here. So allow me to start by just asking each one of you, starting from you, sir, to just introduce yourselves and just tell us a little bit about your company. Yeah, just when seated, yes.
My name. Is it on?
That okay?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Severino Manene. I'm an assistant director in the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. I'm the head of horticulture in the ministry.
Thank you so much, Monene. We really appreciate.
Thank you.
Please go ahead. Please. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Gitonga. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of One Voice Women Trade Network, an institution that is formulated to bring together all women associations in trade so that we can have one voice to enable us do policy advocacy, capacity building, research, among others. Thank you, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Monica Nyaga. I'm a farmer champion, a champion inclusivity of grassroots women. I'm the gender and youth program lead at Pelham Kenya. Pelham is participatory ecological land use management, where we work with farmers to promote different agroecological farming practices. And I'm happy to be here to talk about why we need men, why we need women and youth and people with disability, including contract farming.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate.
Thank you very much. My name is Faith Mbugwa from South Africa Sustainable Agriculture Foundation, and I support business development and program support. So what we do at SAF is we work on number one, innovations, and secondly, ensuring that these innovations get to smallholder farmers, and we will be talking more about that. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Please clap for our panelists. Thank you very much. So we are going to start by just understanding what you're doing currently in terms of whatever we're doing here. We're here for contract farming conversation. So what is your company, your initiative? What is happening there? What is happening? How do you go about contract farming? Is there any part of it? Are you including contract farming in your journey of the value chain of agriculture? Or we are yet to get there? Maybe you're in the process of it. Monene, we can start with you.
Okay, thank you very much for this invitation. Let me first say that I've already seen that I belong to the Ministry of Agriculture, and specifically I'm in a crops directorate. And in the ministry, basically the ministry has just there are two levels of government, basically for those of us who may not be aware. We have the national government and the council government. And at the national government, the ministry is responsible for coordination of programs, and basically coordination of development programs on, as far as improvement and the development of crops is concerned. And so we normally work with the, very much in collaboration with the county governments in the implementation of various roles and responsibilities of the development of various programs. Now, at the national level, one of the main functions is actually training and capacity building. And the discharge of that mandate is normally done that is also is normally done through the competent bodies. Competent bodies is basically bodies within the ministry, which are actually mandated to undertake very, very specific functions, like for example, pests and disease management, like registration of for example, import and export of various commodities and the like. So when it comes to the issues of the contract farming, normally what we do there are some, as I've already said, there are government institutions like Agriculture and Food Authority, there are other institutions like Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KFS, which is actually responsible for certification of any agricultural materials which are coming out in the country. So in competent body like AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority, who are actually the bodies responsible for registration of organizations. Let's say, for example, farmer organizations, both registration and certification. We work with the various groups. We work with the groups in collaboration with the county governments.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Monene. And now we come to understanding also what exactly is happening when we talk about contract farming, Nancy, and the process at which you're now including it so that we're able to have more and more young people, and most importantly, women, be part of the contract farming through your company.
Yeah, one voice, like I earlier mentioned, is actually, it means just one voice. Bringing institutions together so that we can have one voice. Truth be told, when you look at the scenario today, the women and youth are at the bottom of the pyramid of contract farming because they form the largest population of land preparation laborers, selecting of the seed, the sowing, and so on, selecting and packaging. But when you look into the real contract farming where there is what I can say, growth, the women and the youth are really being left out. So in our institution, policy and advocacy becomes very key because we must have inclusive policies and practices all the way from the national government down to the county governments, plus even the players. We really must have this inclusivity of the women and the youth. We're also looking at the targeted training, building capacities of women and youth, leveraging on technology. Again, we cannot wish off the fact that actually in the population, the people who really we must seriously invest in because they understand it, the digital world, are the youth. So we can't work outside of that. And in the contract farming, you find that the digital, the technology is playing a major role. We cannot do without our youth. We must look down, find out how can we include the youth, and that is where the one voice again, we are having specific capacity building for specific reason, targeting institutions that must work with us to be able to move that to the next level. And the other thing is investing seriously on women and youth as far as contract farming is concerned. Allow me to give us a small example. When we look at our farms today, whether we like it or not, we must do spraying. And I keep, because I have a farm myself, so I keep telling myself, you know what, I wish we can have very serious, intense, and intentional ways of building the capacities of our youth. Like, for example, getting like in every community a team of youths who we train, we empower them we finance them to buy like spraying machines, protective gears, sprays that are environmental friendly, and they can move from one farm to the other doing the spraying. For me, as a farmer, I will be one of the first people to contract, those young people. They have the energy to carry the spraying machines and all that. So that's what we are trying to do as one voice, really doing practical things that have impactful results at the end of the day. Thank you.
Let me just ask a question around the same. Doesn't that feel like we are now contracting the contraction around it when it comes to now having someone who is energetic and doing a job from here to here in training, and then we're able to take them in different spaces. It's time for harvesting, so they go to a certain county and now they are all harvesting. How does that, do we need to have a lead on that, a company that is doing that, or can you also do that in one voice?
In one voice, we have actually various institutions. Okay. So for us is to bring all these players together and be able to help them get aligned to things they can do that are going at the end of the day, for example, bring impact to the youth. For example, my sister here, we work with them. We are going to work with them so that we understand what exactly are you doing. So how can you do it a little bit differently? What does the policy say? So as one voice, how can we push our government, whether it's the national or the county, to be able to support our sisters who are doing something in Embu?
Amazing.
So that is the role we are playing.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I hope you guys are following up. And if you're here and you wanted to start a journey in contract farming, most importantly to start a company, now you know where the gaps are and what people are looking for, and now you're fitting into where you can fill the gap. All right? Are we focused on that? Amazing. Thank you so much. So, Monica, please help us understand what Pelham is doing when it comes to contract farming and how you're making it an inclusive part of your value chain.
Okay, because I'm here representing youth and women, just give me a second. How many of us here are farmers? Okay, yeah. So, yesterday I posted, I'm attending this forum, and this is the feedback I got from 2 youth and 1 woman, but I summarized. Contract farming can expose farmers to several negative consequences, especially where power imbalances and weak regulations exist. Many farmers lose autonomy because they must follow strict production guidelines, which set the buyer, limiting their decision making. Companies may manipulate prices, delay payment, or reject produce on quality grounds, leaving farmers with losses despite meeting most of requirements. Let me read the last part. Additionally, hidden costs, unfair clauses, and pressure to use chemical-intensive farming can degrade the environment and reduce long-term soil health, especially for youths or the smallholder farmers who lack bargaining power. So these are the sentiments from the youth and women we work with. So what Pelham is doing, so Pelham is a network of organizations which work with farmers to promote different agroecological farming practices and transform food systems. So what we are doing, especially for the women, or especially the women, is we're doing a lot of capacity building and for them to understand how they can elevate in the agriculture value chain. I think Nancy has mentioned that when you see women, and women contribute or from 70% of the agricultural labor, but what are the benefits? I wish we had data to see in terms of contract farming, and I hope Paris will share this with us, how many women, how many men, how many youth are there. So you find women are the lowest standard, though we still have others. So what we are doing is to elevate them, ensuring they are positioning themselves very well, and they are prepared for contract farming, and they have all the requirements that they need. Then the other thing we are doing is in terms of land access. Don't worry, I'm also a teacher. So how many of us, especially women, have land in their name?
With your name. With your name.
Yes.
That was the part. With your name.
Yes. You can see we just have 2. Personally, I don't have. Yes. So what we're also doing is, because part of contract farming is not all the time you need to have land, but land is a factor of production which you need to have. So we are supporting women to understand about land registration, to be able to follow up, and also to demand for their constitutional rights to own that land. Not only owning, but to own and to access. Because I've seen women engaging in contract farming where, because they didn't ask for permission, they don't own this thing, or maybe they are left behind because they don't have that factor of production. So what we are doing a lot of advocacy for women to access land, and also we are working with different county governments, the county government of Kakamega, Siaya, Bungoma, to ensure we have land leasing guidelines. Actually, in Kenya, we don't have land leasing guidelines, but now some counties have adopted, and we are hoping they can have, so that if you don't have land, you can lease, and you can be able to get this contract.
Amazing.
Yeah. So then for the young people, what we are doing is we are really encouraging them to tap into different agriculture value chain, and I'm happy Nancy has talked about, because for young people, it's not about the energy, no, it's about what they really want to do, the impact. Is it sustainable? Is it giving them money? And we don't need to make agriculture sexy for young people. No, agriculture is food, is life. You know, so it's them to plug in where they can fit. It can be about production, it can be about technology. Like I met a young person who is creating content. Actually, he's not a farmer. He's not anywhere in the agriculture value chain, but he's a content creator. And actually, I really follow him because he has really been sharing a lot about different varieties of sorghum we have in Kenya, which personally I didn't have. So we are really supporting young people to tap in different agriculture value chains. Then from there, once they have the knowledge, the capacity, they can take up the contract farming.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And when you talk about content creation and all those value chains, the value chains are many. And Faith, you can help us understand a few things around your digital journey and what you're doing so that then you're able to include more young people and more women. And okay, sometimes we really forget men. And I feel like now men inside this room are starting to feel like they're exempted. But we have not exempted you because it's your children we are talking about when we talk about the youth. So understand that. But when we talk about now including them all, what are you doing when it comes to now the digital part, and how is it really including more people for contract farming?
Thank you very much. So at Sustainable Agriculture Foundation, we work with different partners, and the key thing that we've realized is that we need to support smallholder farmers who are, let's talk of contract farming, to be able to strengthen them, and we are talking of the rural So when I talk about last mile delivery, there are those tools that these farmers need to be equipped with if they are to engage in any meaningful production. So we look at these tools. There is access to inputs. There is access to market, of course, is there when we're engaging in contract farming. There is access to advisory. There is access to finance or affordability of these inputs that then we are talking about. Access to machinery, because for any production you need some form of efficiency. So mechanization then comes in. So for us to be able to ensure that these farmers are equipped with these services, which is the one sustainable model that works very well right at the rural of the village where my mom is at the moment. So we work with agripreneurs who are located in these areas, and of course there is we ensure there is inclusivity, ensuring we are not leaving women and youth as we select these agripreneurs. And what we do is we find what it is they are already doing at the point at which we find them, and then we strengthen this to ensure that these 5 services that I talked about, they are able to bring to the farmers right at the village level. So let's talk about, for example, when we talk about contract farming, it's a very beautiful topic to talk about because any model that ensures farmers are getting inputs, they are getting advisory, and getting markets all bundled up, then it becomes a very attractive package, especially for the women and youth. So how then do we strengthen this? So we are bringing a digital component into all of this. So let's talk about, for example, something to do with the extension models. So we are training the businesses. When we talk about agripreneurs, they are businesses. So we are talking about profit and loss. For them to be able to service these farmers with the 5 services we talked about, they must be making money while they are doing it. So how do I make sure that they are making money while they are doing it? So I'm training them to strengthen their business capacities. I am putting modules through a platform that they can be able to access through their phones. If, for example, I'm taking them through record keeping, financial management, those kind of trainings, and leaving them with this, there is a physical contact where we do training, but then we realize 1 day, 2 days contact is not enough. So we leave them with this content. When they can click on it, they can be able to go through it. And additionally, we have coaches that they work with in the entire journey who visit them twice or thrice in a month to ensure that this is where I last left you at, because we do a needs assessment to find out where they are strong and where they are not so strong. And then, of course, we are measuring their business performance to see how they are, how sustainable they are, how much money are they making while servicing these farmers. So, of course, we ensure that they are left with the modules, they are able to be taken through, they have mentors, they have coaches who then ensure that they are doing what they are doing in the right way.
Thank you, Faith. That's amazing. When you talk about extension, allow me to mention something. Who here ever have a father or a mother who is in farming? Their parents are in farming. Who remembers the extension service that the government used to provide some time back?
Yeah.
You remember? Amazing. I'm coming to you, Monene, on this one. And I want to make a comment. Allow me to, am I allowed to have an opinion?
Yes.
Amazing. So I have an opinion that when we devolved agriculture, there are so many structures that fell apart, and we were left to have farmers depend on their own, which in the end, they have suffered to date, because now they're trying to, we had extension services. My father was an extension officer for so long, and I saw how farmers used to call him and tell him, this is struggling, this fertilizer is not working, this soil has a problem, 1, 2, 1, 2, and where is the market? Today, farmers now are left to depend on themselves. We had given farmers a structure when it comes to the agricultural journey, and now we devolved it to the county government. But remember, county government want to do the health, the schools, and the roads. Therefore, infrastructure, education, and health. They're forgetting the agricultural sector. So the devolution really brought down some structures. It might still be a national issue, but the extension service and everything really brought down the structure that farmers were used to. Now, we introduced agronomists, and now agronomists are there. They need money. Farmers do not have enough money to pay because extension officers were being paid by government, and so farmers didn't know there is payment that they need to do. So what exactly are you guys doing as the Ministry of Agriculture to now streamline that? Because I feel like farmers were left to figure things by themselves, and that is why 60 years later, we are still talking about food security as a country.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me just say that, as you have rightly said, extension services is one of the functions of the Ministry of Agriculture, which were actually devoted to the counties. As of now, the national government is actually responsible for basically policy formulation and capacity building, but the capacity building, as I already earlier alluded, is normally done through the competent bodies and also in collaboration with the county government. As of now, the county governments, I actually agree with you that they are not doing much to be able to get the level of extension service to the farmers as much as maybe they used to be several years ago, maybe probably before devolution. One of the reasons why it is not done like that is because maybe the counties are not kind of replacing the staff. You know, they are not employing, or rather they have actually scaled down employment of officers, those extension officers who used to go from place to place, you know, of course, training farmers on the basic agronomic practices and the other basic farming principles. As of now, there are some other approaches which through the policy formulation, of course, the national government in collaboration with the counties, we have now adopted a certain principle just to be able to kind of cover that gap. One of the strategies that we have approached, of course, the national government in collaboration with the counties, is coming up with a certain caliber of officers we are calling agripreneurs. Agripreneurs, they are not actually replacing the extension officers per se, but they are more or less a kind of replacing or kind of undertaking some of the activities which used to be done at the county level. Agripreneurs are officers who have been supported by the national government through a cooperation with the donor agencies like FAO, but they are working, of course, in the counties. In every ward, I'm sure you know that there are those levels, those administrative levels of government called wards. We have recruited, or through the support of FAO, we have recruited a number of around seven, those entrepreneurs, just in the extension officers, and they are being supported with some token through the support of the donor agencies as we are talking. And those entrepreneurs are actually mandated. I've already talked about 7 officers per ward. That means if a ward has, of course, 10, if a county has 10 wards, of course, we are talking about almost 70 officers, which are more or less replacing what used to be the extension officers in the ground. And they are actually working very much in collaboration with the farmers at that county level. Of course, reporting or more or less being supervised by the county level specialists in the crops because of the very shortage. And the other thing, okay, they are doing some basic collaboration with the basic activities with the farmers. One thing, they are able to diagnose some of the issues with the farming community, maybe crops, maybe livestock. They are also doing basic activities like the soil testing. If a farmer, of course, you are in need of some issues with the soil, they are able to test and maybe advise the farmer accordingly on the soil, maybe the kind of soil that you have, maybe the fertilizer to use, maybe the kind of basic inputs which you need. If you know the soil condition in terms of the pH and the rest, they are able to offer those as basic advisory services. And then, of course, there is those soil testing. They are also training farmers on the basic technologies, like what we are calling TIMS. Just simple technologies, like, that the farmers can be able to adopt. And in their approach, because they are not able also they are not able to cover the gap which was left by the extension officers when they were many. They are also, to a large extent, using group approach, whereby they identify farmers in terms of what we call the basic CIG, common interest groups. Farmers who are doing a certain activity, like let's say horticultural farming, like let's say beekeeping, like let's say basically farmers doing almost the same activity, whether it is beekeeping, whether it's poultry farming, whether it's dairy farming, whether it is those kind of things. So they are using that in group approach to be able to reach farmers. And in that way, through those kind of approach, we are able now to kind of cover that gap which the county government are not able to do. And probably I would also want to say that it is also not, although I'm not defending that aspect of not them being extension officers, but maybe in the foreseeable future, we are not likely to get to a situation where we shall have extension officers at every level. But the group approach is more or less geared towards filling that gap, which is left by there. Because we are not seeing a situation where by county government will be able to employ extension officers to reach to the level which they were in the 90s and maybe some years back. So that's the approach that we are using for now. And remember, I've already said that that project with the national government in collaboration or being funded by the county by FAO, international organization, and of course we are working in the counties and they are being given stipends for a certain period of time, through which after that they will be phased out kind of. That means the entrepreneurs will stand on their own. Just the same way we have private practitioners in veterinary. You know that very well, that if you have a certain probably a certain need in livestock, in let's say animal health, there are private practitioners who are able, who actually they attend to farmers and then they get paid something for that kind of work. So that is the model that we are using as of now to be able to cover that gap which has been left by and the training number of extension officers, either by virtue of age, maybe retiring, natural attrition, and maybe going to greener pastures and the like. That's the approach that we are using to cover that gap.
Thank you, Monene. And now that you're combining your strengths in the ministry and now looking for private sectors, understanding and trying to figure out some models that are going to work, maybe Nancy, you can help us understand what are some of the models that have proven to be a success when it comes to inclusivity of women and also youth when it comes to agripreneurship.
Thank you very much. The model number one that I've seen working is the value addition. And allow me to give my experience. I worked in Tanzania for 6 years. And actually, not only in Tanzania, but for the East Africa community. I'll give an example with Tanzania. What amazed me, and in fact, I don't know how many people here attended the East Africa Juakali exhibition, which was held at Uhuru Gardens last week. How many of us did? If you looked at what was being exhibited, you realize that Tanzania are very advanced in terms of value addition on agricultural products, literally on everything. literally on everything, from oils to spices to honey to anything that is farm-based. You know why? Because the Tanzanian government made it intentional to really support the farmers to add value to their products. That's an experience, and that's something that really we as Kenya as a country, we can be able to really pick and run with value addition, because there's a lot of opportunities. We are talking about opportunities creating here for the youth and the women. Because this is a process where you find that in the entire value chain, then there is a job opportunity. We were talking about digital hub, you know, either for market access, whatever it is, financial access, promotion of the products. There's a lot that goes into the value chain. The other business model that I can give an example, and I've seen it working, is people focused. And allow me again to give an example with Tanzania, where I'm very familiar with. I came across a group of women. By the way, they were women, but they brought in their sons. And they are plowing machines, tractors. And I think they are about 15 of them. Because land in Tanzania is big, it's really diverse. And you know what they will do? They will move from one region to the other, plowing the land. And they sign a contract with you, plowing the land. And they were telling me the cycle would take them 9 months. They are moving from one place to the other, plowing with those machines. But there again, their government had a fund where the women and the youth could go, they call it mkopo. They would take the mkopo. And actually it's not the money they are given. They are given a tractor. They are told, go to Dera or wherever and pick your tractor and sign the contract so that you pay as you plow. These are some of the practices, whether we like it or not. We are part of the East African community. These are some of the practices which are working in one of the EAC country. Then we really need to come and also ask ourselves, can we also try and see whether it can work? So those are the 2 examples I can give on the models.
Amazing. I hope, Munene, you're taking notes. Yeah, to extend that to the ministry, because I feel like when now we are talking about the ministry have a better space to do these things compared to private sectors. And it's a good thing to have people now coming together and putting in the effort to have those such programs get to be a success. Monica, when it comes to now the whole financing, because ameongea kuhusu mkopo, so we are looking at, do we have programs that finance? Are we hoping that we can get something to give us opportunity to build something that can, because sometimes the money is the problem when it comes to young people and women. Even when you talked about land, do we own land under our names? We do not, because we do not have access to funds that can buy lands under our own. We would rather lease the land and then we come and farm and continue with our journey. So how can we have more and more people, or how can we have more financial products that are able to just streamline and have financial access and fund access to women and youth?
Okay. Before I respond to that, let me just show you one model which I've seen really working well for farmers who want to engage in contract farming. It's the concept of farmer field school. Okay, these are places where actually it's not like a school literally. It's just the way farmers meet with fellow farmers and maybe an extension officer or like our farmering champions to learn, share, discuss. And they learn so much. And actually we get so much feedback from them. And we have introduced contract farming to them. And those who have been doing contract farming, they've introduced contract farming to the farmer field school, and we have seen some farmers taking up, and it is working because they are learning from fellow farmers. Then they are, those who are engaging contract farming, instead of going to individual farmers, they are coming through the farmer field school, and it is working. Yes, so about financial inclusion, I agree for the youth and for the women, sometimes it can limit them. And I want to appreciate we have very many products which are supporting youth and women, either to access credit or to be supported. But what needs to be done, they need to be youth friendly, because the terms you're giving to this young person who does not have collateral, this young person who is maybe their first time to engage in contract farming, should not be the same terms we are giving someone who has been engaging in contract farming. So those products are there either from the banks, from different organizations. I'll talk about one which you are doing, but they need to be youth-friendly and speak to the young people. Though I understand there are different risks, but they need to speak to the young people. Like these young people don't have collateral, and if they have, maybe they don't own it. Maybe it's land for their parent. Can you bring their parent on board when they are signing for this product? Then also the repayment period really matters, because it makes young people and women sometimes to shy away from that. And women and youth who genuinely want to engage in contract farming, they really shy away because maybe there are no financial support for them. And we have a program called Youth in Agribusiness Learning Track, where we have brought together young people who are in agribusiness, in different agriculture value chains, and it's working levels. So first, you need to have a business, and we have to see it's making some money and it's sustainable. Then from there, we support you to scale up. Then once we support you to scale up, or you can scale up yourself, now we can introduce you to either organizations or companies or our own program which is supporting contract farming. And what we are doing, we are not like bypassing any rule of contract farming, but we're ensuring it's youth friendly. And these young people, because we started with them like almost for 1 year, I understand young people go through a lot of transitions. Sometimes you cannot trust them, and the young people will be mad at me, because today they might be doing this, then tomorrow they decide to get married or to go to Australia for studies or to leave that thing altogether. So through this process is to prepare them to really understand contract farming is an alternative form of income source for you, and also to ensure you have constant supply in the market, and also to ensure you're getting income. So taking them through this process is really preparing them so that once we engage them in contract farming, they know the terms, the condition, the right, the obligation, and what they're supposed to do, and they're able to carry through the contract. Yes.
Amazing. Now, I love that all of you depend on the other. The ministry depends on private sector depends on the money available depends on mentorship. So Faith, help us understand the mentorship part. How are we training these people, young women and young people and women, to make sure that they can now access funds, get to the opportunity of entering into a private sector, and even being consumed by the value chain to do whatever they are doing? Because by the end of the day, sometimes I will just write, why do you want money? Because I want to start a business. That is not worth a reason. So how do you mentor these people to make sure that they are journeying through to the process to the end?
Thank you very much. So firstly, just to add on to what she has said, we have to tackle the issue of collateral and repayment schedules that we give for repayment of this credit that we are giving to the women and the youth, and align it to seasons of farming. For example, we need to have grace period, we need to have payments that are aligned towards the seasons of productions of crops. Coming back to mentorship, so it is very important when you're a startup, for example, to have someone who you can learn from so that you don't make mistakes they made, for example. So I'm looking at a young farmer who is in Njoro, who is a lead farmer. I have one of my lead farmers who is now an agribusiness sitting today here, who does not have a physical shop, is in the area of access to inputs, but is able to mobilize and get the needs of 200 farmers in his village, the kind of inputs they need, And then he's able to go to a big distributor and bring these inputs to the farmers so that they can be able to have them. This agripreneur here does not have the big financial muscle, but you see he has the drive, he has the entrepreneurial mindset because he's making a commission moving from here to here. So I take this youth and bring these seasoned distributors who have been in the game for quite some time. And then they walk the journey together, they mentor them. And as they are doing the mentorship, they are giving them practical skills, they are giving them exposure, they are giving them the confidence, they are giving them the networks of, for example, if you're looking at inputs, these are the big players, these are the players that you need to go to if you want to speak the language of your clients who are the smallholder farmers. We are looking at ensuring that they are linking them to this network, so B2B linkages. They are hand-holding them and showing them that it's not a must to go to these big financial institutions to get a loan. How about the village savings and loan associations that we have in our villages right now? At South Africa, we are doing a lot to strengthen this so that they can be able to lend amongst each other, and even other financial institutions like the MFIs are able to loan these youth and women using what they are already doing in these chamas. So they are guaranteeing each other. So there is no need of title deeds and things like that. So those practical skills, that network on strong business-to-business linkages, and then ensuring that they are strengthening their financial muscles so that they can be able to pick up with these businesses.
Wow, thank you so much for that. Now I want to take questions. Oh, we have 3 questions. 3. Just raise your hand. 1, 2. Okay, we have 2 questions. That's fine.
Thank you. My name is Jean Giro, and I wanted to follow up on what Nancy said about the spraying services. I think that's one of the ways that we could give our youth jobs. And the youth, most of them don't want to do things the way we did, carrying knapsacks and stuff like that. But today we even have advanced drones. We have KQ subsidiary out here spraying the drones. And some of the youth can even go and be trained as pilots for those drones. They can come and spray and do a lot of many other things with our farmers. And I'm thinking of counties like Trans Nzoia or Uasin Gishu, where they have large farms. So farmers could be, mobilized to be together, and they hire the services for spraying. Similarly, other counties who, for instance, give pesticides to their farmers would just hire the drone companies to come and spray for the farmers within a very short time, and they minimize on losses, wastage of chemicals and other stuff like that. But I also wanted to say the AAK, Association of Agrochemicals of Kenya, they actually have spray services. If you call them, they will come to your farm and spray at a fee. And on the question of value addition, which is where we should go, what I think is, again, I talked about disconnect between our institutions and the extension staff or the agripreneurs, because institutions like JQuat or even CARO, they have value addition training where you can undertake a short course on value addition, but there is a disconnect because they are not linked to the people who need these services. And to Mr. Munene, I want to say there are many institutions working under you in the ministry, the CARO, the KEFIS, all those institutions. How do you get them connected to the county extension services so that the counties are aware that your institutions are providing the services that they provide? I also wanted to say, including our livestock people, the mechanization is key, and just like Nancy was saying. The youth are not going to take the punker and the hoe like we did, but we must emphasize mechanization. What is available in terms of mechanization? How can the youth be engaged? And I'm thinking our arid and semi-arid areas for livestock, for instance. It's 80% on dry areas, and I don't think we give them due attention. And this is where we could have the youth maybe doing conservation of hay, doing pastures using tractors, and they can bale and store feed for animals so that we don't have animals moving from Wajir Lab to Lamu looking for pasture. I don't think it's rocket science just to conserve feed. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Mr. Munene, you got that question?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the question that has been asked is what is the connection, or where is the linkage between the farmers who demand services or who require services and the institutions which are supposed to provide those services? If I'm not wrong, I think that was the question.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes. Let me at this juncture say that as we are already alluded earlier, the county governments maybe they are not able to provide most of the services which the farmers require as might be expected. But there are other institutions which provide those services in collaboration with the counties. For example, let's talk about issues of nurseries. For example, if a farmer is in the business of, for example, let's say setting up a nursery, fruit trees nursery, or maybe agroforestry trees and the like, the body responsible for the registration of that nursery, because a nursery is actually a business which a farmer can, even a youth or even a disabled person can engage in. There are institutions which are responsible for registration and even certification of those nurseries. Those are the basic services I'm talking about at the farm level. So there is an institution called AFA, Horticultural Crops Directorate, which is responsible for the registration of that institution, that service. There is also the issue of the KEFIS, Kenya Plant Erosion Inspector Service, which is also responsible for certification of that nursery to ensure that it provides quality materials as far as the agricultural materials are concerned. So they work in collaboration with the counties. So at that particular level, it may not be the county directly per se, which is, but the officers at the county level, however few they are, they always work together. Because like those institutions I'm talking about, the KEFIS and the AFA, they are, other than having a national office in Nairobi, they also have regional offices, and almost in every county they actually have offices. So those institutions, and other than those certifications, they also offer training, trainings in their respective work which they do. They work in collaboration with the county government. Equally, state agencies also like the Pest Control and Product Board, the PCPB, they also offer training in collaboration with the officers at the county level. They may not be many, but they offer, they actually train the county officers, and then together they are able to offer those kind of training to the farmers. So they work in collaboration.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Munene. We had our last question there.
Good morning. I think my question goes to the ministry, both representatives here. I think I just wanted to understand something as a farmer. Is there a framework for contract farming that has worked in one ministry that can be replicated here? Because as I'm listening to the panelists here, it is becoming more and more apparent that even the entity that will be able to safeguard us as farmers is not represented in the group. here today, because the ministry will talk of the private sector doing their part. The private sector will talk about the ministry not doing ABC. But as a farmer here, I'm left wondering, who exactly do I turn to, especially once I've engaged in a contract, to be protected as I service this contract? In the private sector, maybe also, I'd want to understand which government entity has been the most helpful in your process of empowering farmers as you've done so. And lastly, I think it's just a comment that we run a risk of being exposed as farmers if there is no clarity being offered. If every institute is working on its own mandate, does that mean then as a farmer, if I am coming to get any information or resource, I have to visit each and every government or private sector entity to get help? At the end of the day, I'm interested in contract farming. Where do I turn to get good contracts? Who safeguards me when this contract is signed? And who is ensuring that the contract is not exploitative to me as a farmer?
Amazing. We will get to you to answer that question, but allow me to have the last question right behind the my lord. What are we going to do? We have more questions and time is over. Okay, 1 minute. No comment, just question. All right, please go.
Thank you. I think he has already said it all. So my name is Jaira Zouma from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And my concerns also was in terms of how then do we enforce contract farming in Kenya. We understand AVA has a role in it when you're drafting, but then at times we've seen even some of our members, for you to get the crops delivered, you have to be a bit very strict. There are things that you need to follow up. There are delays, but then there is a given body that is supposed to support this, just in terms of litigation and the civil source. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The lady and the gentleman behind. Just a question.
Thank you very much. I hear what the gentleman is saying in terms of safeguarding. We are setting up a contract farming outfit in Siaya County, and we are looking to work with about 20,000 to 30,000 women and youth. That's our target population out there. And so as we are doing this, it's very interesting what was coming out of Siaya County, because they mentioned that people are going out in the field looking for different crops or produce. And then when that is done, probably they'll offtake once or twice. And then when they come back, they change the prices. So for example, they had agreed on 400 per kg of whatever. Then when they come back at that time, they are talking about 150 for a kg. So then there's that disparity that affects now the farmer, because they've been working with 400 shillings, and then at 150, things really won't pan out as they had anticipated. And so for me, the question now we are looking at is the aspect of insurance, because we need to make sure that the farmer is protected, whether or not the produce is, taken off from them by the middlemen or whoever is responsible for the contract farming. So for me, as I'm here, I'm looking for partners to support the venture that we are having out there, be it inputs or even the equipment that we need to install for value addition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Want to be farmer, but I'm in tourism. And in tourism, the Ministry of Tourism brings expos where people meet between the buyers and the people giving the products in tourism, like Magical Kenya. My expectations of this conference was to come together where you have contract farmers meeting people who are bringing contracts to the farmers. When I look at this room, we are very few. And my question is, through the ministry, is there such a forum where farmers come and meet people who are looking for products and contracting, so that, you know, it makes meaningfulness to be in such a forum? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will get to have final remarks from each one of you, but allow me to say this, because of the few highlights that have been highlighted by the three people, the two Ministry of Agriculture representatives, allow me to have a humble request to you. I think we have gotten to a point where when the government comes in, their biggest focus is mainly next election. So there is not much work that is being done. I think we need to put in the effort to go into the farms, ask farmers, go into, and let me talk about now the agricultural sector. Go to the farmers, because again, the value chain begins with farmers. What are you suffering from? What is the problem? What are the issues we are going through? Start from there and then start climbing to bringing the solution that the farmers need. Because we cannot have a ministry that we keep asking questions year in, year out, over and over, and then you're depending on the private sector. It doesn't make sense. Then why are you a Ministry of Agriculture for a country? Then let's have the private sector take over the ministry if they're the ones who are helping, and vice versa. If the private sector is taking in the solution, let them put in the policies that are safeguarding the farmers. Because I have been here, I was here last year for contract farming, and I think the many questions that farmers keep asking is, what is safeguarding us? And again, and I want all of you to take that question. Where is the security of farmers when it comes to everything? Contract, when it comes to those produce came in. Yes, we will have insurance, but that means we're going back to the pocket of a farmer to get insurance when we will have protected that farmer. What are we going to do? So as we give our final remarks, please answer that question. From the capacity that you're sitting here on, how are you protecting the farmer by the end of the day? We start from you, Munene.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. Maybe as a final remark, let me say that the government normally provides an atmosphere, the right atmosphere for driving of any business. So the government ideally does not do the actual job. So I just want to kind of maybe respond to what our good friend there said. When it comes to, because I think the question was, or the remark was, who witnesses those contracts? Yeah. I think it's also good to know that the government, especially the Minister of Agriculture, and as related to contract related to farming, for example, in horticulture, for example, if an exporter, if for example they involved in export of horticultural produce, want to engage in contract farming with the small scale farmers, there is actually a body called the AFA, which is actually the regulator of horticultural produce. So those are that is the competent body in that sector, who is supposed to kind of witness, or actually kind of more or less witness between the exporter and the farmer, instead of. But may I also say that it is not mandatory, because there is no regulation which requires the military to witness that, although it's the regulator. There is no mandatory requirement for a government institution to be a signatory to that particular contract. But you as an exporter, or you as a farmer, you have an obligation to ensure that there is some government agency there, just in case of, as a fallback in the event of something going wrong in between. So I think the government sometimes is blamed unnecessarily, even when the government was not involved in the initial initiation of that particular contract. But in every line of business, there is always a government regulatory body which is responsible for regulation. May I also say that the government, I think I just wanted to allude to what you have said. The government is always looking for the next election. Remember also, much as there is a political system in the government, there is also the technical arm, which works day in, day out, year after year, even beyond the election. So it is also good for any entities willing to or intended to enter into some contracts between, for example, exporters and farmers, to also engage the government ministries at the end quarter. So that it does not necessarily mean that it is the political arm which will be involved, but the government is a continuing entity. It does not really end with the elections. So I think it's also good to get in touch with the ministry, and in that case, I would want to request that in the event of any issue, kindly get in touch with the PS at the ministry, and then that your issue will be marked to the right technical department for any action.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Please, we only have 2 minutes each.
Yes. At One Voice, I can see we have a lot of work because policy advocacy and lobbying the government to hold it accountable is very key. And that is what is coming out very clearly in this room. Because to be very honest, when the national government blames the county government blames, we will not play those games. We are going to hold people accountable, so there's need for all the association to come together under one voice so that we can be able to push whether they are session of papers or whatever it is, so that we can hold the government accountable. Number 2, let us look into the space of Kenya and look at the sectors that have worked. I was educated through tea earnings, tea bonus and all that. I come from Mount Kenya region. Today, I want tea. The tea educated me, and now I am a farmer of tea. Same system that was applied then, with some improvements, of course, because of digital payments and technology, has made the KTDA to stand the tests of time.
Amazing.
So why can't we borrow from sectors that have worked in the agricultural sector? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes, I think first, we need to build trust and share success stories from contract farming. Yesterday, I was in one of the deal rooms and I heard a lot of information which I didn't hear, and there was someone was asking where are the farmers, where are the consumers, and they were not in those spaces. So I think we need to bring everyone on board. Like I've liked the gentleman from the Ministry of Tourism, because contract farming or agriculture is affecting all of us, so that we can be able to discuss, talk, see what's not working, who is not doing what. Then for the uphand, what you have said, we need to stop focusing on the electioneering period, but I think governance and social accountability is a responsibility of everyone. And I feel maybe what needs to happen, like I've gone to so many farmers' field days, but we have government officials coming, and our government is really doing where they have the structures. But when they come, and please, you're going to forgive me, but also blame myself as a farmer, we invite you to open meetings. I think that's not adding value. You need to not just open the meeting, but come tell us what you are doing. Let us even come to your offices, come down there so that you can be able to work together. Because someone was asked about the framework. Those frameworks are there. Even yesterday, after saying they have a dispute, task force, but it's in Nairobi. What will happen to me, to a farmer who is in Kitale having a challenge? Then the last one, and we are doing it as Pelam Kenya. Farmers, we cannot wait for the government, county or national to plan for us. If it's not planned for, it's not important, it's not budgeted for. So we are requesting farmers, especially this period we have now, let them participate in the budget formulation process, ADP formation process. We are going to electioneering year. Can those political manifesto reflect farmers' priorities? And also you have talked about social accountability. So instead of sitting here, can we follow up what government has done or not done and do maybe letters of inquiry, and I'm sure we are going to be supported.
Thank you so much. Lastly?
Thank you very much. So what I will say is I will borrow from what she has said, that let's not reinvent the wheel. There is what has worked. Let's borrow from that. And also, let's stop with the siloed thinking and the siloed way of doing things. Let's do things together because the goal is one. And to all partners, let's all remember that anything we are doing in this, especially for the smallholder farmers, let's ensure that it is farmer-led, it is farmer-oriented, and it is farmer-benefiting. Anything more than that is what will bring all the chaos that we see in the space.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to stand here. We're going to have a photo together. In the meantime, please, everybody, we might have had a back and forth conversation every now and then where you are, but everybody has their own responsibility. So wherever you are, take your responsibility. Let nobody blame you because you didn't do. And then beyond that, seek for help, seek for information every day and every time so that you're able to know what am I supposed to do beyond here, all right? In whatever value chain you are, take responsibility and let's scale up. Thank you so much. I've been your moderator. My name is Salimo Wakilimo, the voice of agriculture, the queen of agri-tours, and the founder of AMA, Agriculture Made Attractive. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Salimo. A round of applause for Salimo and the panelists. Come on, they've done a good job. Give a better clap. Compelling, immersive, engaging. That has been the discussion. And now you have a broader understanding of how inclusivity in agribusiness can be embraced. And I hope the conversation does not end here. You'll grab a hand of one of them that has piqued your interest for more information, exchange contacts, so that also you may enrich your networks when it comes to our space of contract farming. Once more, thank you so much, Salimo, for the good job that you've done. We really appreciate. And I hope that your understanding has been reached as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I can see time is ticking away from us, and it will only be fair now for us to take a small break, right? If we could just take a small break of around 15 minutes so that we can come and engage on the other aspect, which is a very key component. That yes, when we have all this harvest, we have inclusivity. What about the connectivity, right? What about the transportation? What about the logistical aspect of it? It is just as rich as the route that you have. Because when you have all this harvest and you do not have an entry into the marketplace, that can be a big tripping wire. And we've always spoke about the losses, the post-harvest losses that really happens because of lack of good storage, good transportation network, and connectivity is the main tissue. We had yesterday from the ambassador, Demeke, talking about connectivity and how also in Ethiopia that LAPSET project has opened up, the connectivity between our countries in the region as well. And we are able to transport this into different ports that we have, the harvest, into different ports that we have in the region as well. At this moment, let me not say much. I want just to take that small break. And when we circle back, we shall continue with the next session on logistics and trade corridors. And by the way, if you want to just give a feedback, I think the tech team can just throw up the QR code. You can scan it. Tell us what you think about the conference ICCF 2025, where the good, the bad, and the ugly that you want maybe to bear out, just do that. That is a QR code. What we can do better, where we need to also get applause as well. Thank you so much. May you do that even as we take a short break. Thank you for being amazingly patient.
some socks.
Check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Sawa.
Some socks. Some socks. some socks. Beat some socks. Beat some socks.
your rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly walk back to the plenary so that we may continue with the program, please? And we catch up on time so that we can break also on time as well. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly, why don't you be winding up if you're still at the booths so that we may get on with the program for the next 2 sessions that we do have. And we can create ample time for you to also express your questions and share your contributions. We're calling the meeting to order, please. If you're still at the exhibition booths, walk back into the plenary. We continue apace with the program. Calling on you, please come back to the plenary. Our time is already up. We want to continue.
This international conference of This international conference on contract farming is very important and a timely conference, especially for Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa, because Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa were mainly agrarian society.
Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the fifth largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee alone.
So one of the key things we are trying to achieve here is to bring the experts and the producers in one room so that each one of them can understand the challenges for the farmers.
It is also within the framework of a contract farming that you are able to take care of the quality, to get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market.
It's not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities.
It is also important for the private companies who are engaging with the contract farming, because it is also for them important to get a reliable supply of agricultural product.
You have to research well to find out what the market wants, as she said, how the market wants it, so that you are producing for a particular market.
We are proud to be associated with the International Conference on Contract Farming because we have partnered with farmers, exporters, and aggregators who contract farmers. And this conference is very relevant to us. It speaks to our work in terms of linking farmers to markets through contract farming.
And when somebody earlier on was saying that we import sugar in this country, that we import rice in this country, having seen the struggle of the sugar farmers somewhere, because they cannot even afford to pay me to cultivate their land.
Reducing loss, the farmers are usually now ready to embrace the technology. So the approach is trying to show the farmer that when you embrace this technology, you're going to actually increase your yield. You're going to be able to be marketable in the market in terms of being accessible to the foreign markets or exporters.
Service providers, especially high-tech innovators who provide services and solutions very relevant to our members as common, and also looking into partnerships with some of the participants who have come to this conference.
If their tools are lacking, how can we ideate? How can we provide what is necessary for us to change that narrative? We've been in talks, we've been in conferences, we've been in spaces where we've discussed these problems. They're not new.
Smart farming is the way to go. We all know that the current agricultural system has not fed the world, and it's high time we include other options, including climate smart agriculture, organic agroecology, so that we can fix some of the problems that the conventional system has not fixed.
It has been found that avocado farming and coral farming is quite good, and it's necessary for farmers to come together to grow the crop and access large markets. At the same time, this kind of arrangements is determined by things like the trust, index, the groups which are involved, and the farm success among others.
So Ethiopia offers very conducive, investment opportunity for agriculture. So we are inviting Kenyans to come and invest in Ethiopia agriculture sector.
Just a snippet of what has been happening so far. Thank you so much, our media team. Right, we want to get down to business right now, and in this session we'll have session speakers, and you'll have a handy opportunity, as always, to interact with them, ask questions, or share your contributions. And we are under the theme of logistics and trade corridors. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, will explore one of the most decisive yet often and underestimated drivers of successful contract farming, logistics and transport and networks. We're all aware that in today's agricultural economy, it is not enough for farmers to produce high quality crops. What matters just as much is how efficiently those products move from the farm gate to the package house, to export terminals, and finally to consumers across continents. Air freight, we're talking about ocean shipping, and end-to-end logistics solutions are no longer supportive functions. They are strategic enablers of competitiveness. As global food markets becomes more interconnected, logistics is emerging as the bridge that links smallholders to global value chains, lower the cost of markets participation, and strengthens the reliability that contract farming depends on. Now, this particular session will unpack how carriers, logistics companies, and agribusinesses can collaborate to ensure that Kenyan and African farmers don't just grow for the market, but reach the market on time, in optimal conditions, and at a fair cost. Maybe as something to ponder and think about, and this can be running in your mind, what will happen to contract farming arguments if logistic capacity fails? Who bears the risks? And we know that a crop is only as valuable as the route it travels. So logistics here is an invisible engine powering modern agriculture. For farmers, market access is not just a dream, it's an infrastructure. Great harvest means nothing if they cannot move. And we want to move on right now. Allow me to, first of all, welcome Ocean Networks. If there is anyone from Ocean Networks to come forward. Ocean Networks, so that we can give you a moment also to just give us a broader understanding on how critical the logistics aspect of it is. Maersk, anyone from Maersk? Maersk? CMA Gateway Marines? CMA Gateway Marines? Anyone from CMA Gateway Marines? Or maybe they're still at the booths. Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways? Lois, maybe now you should be the first one. You here. Can I extend my hearty welcome to you to come and continue? All right, please. A round of applause for her as she comes to the podium. And after Kenya Airways, Fahari Aviation, if you're here as well, we'd love to hear from you. And also Kenya Railways and DHL. A round of applause for Lois. She'll introduce herself and tell us how this bit really is a connective tissue from the farm gate to the plate.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We are happy to be here to take us through the added value we'll give farmers as far as logistics is concerned. Before we proceed, we'll start with Fahari Aviation, which is part of the initiative that we have in Kenya Airways to support farmers. Brian, please come. We'll start with the Fahari Aviation presentation. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Yogo. I work with Fahari Aviation, which is a subsidiary of Kenya Airways that deals with drone technology. Fahari Aviation was established in 2021. Just to give you a brief history about it, which I'm sure is exciting, as a response to COVID-19. I remember it had ravaged the world. And because the planes were grounded, the business had to figure out something else they can do within the aviation industry, and also just to contribute to the society. And Kenya, in general, Africa being an agricultural country or a society, one of the biggest services that we offer is in the agriculture, where we use drones to do quite a number of activities, like spraying, spreading, seeding, crop health analysis. Fahari Aviation also does training of individuals and training of personnel, exactly, who want to become licensed drone pilots. Yeah. So, so you can see on the screen, our focus mainly is to help businesses and also farmers to increase their yields and lower the costs. We do that in using the drone technology precisely, where using the technology, we help farmers reduce the cost of input. That one can be done using techniques like variable rate application, and also the precision aspect of the drones, which help farmers reduce the quantity of inputs they use, and also due to the precision aspect, they get to increase their yields. You can see there, if you have farmers here at the moment, you can agree with me that those are some of the challenges that farmers encounter in their operations. We have pest and disease outbreak control, terrain accessibility. I'm sure most of the farmers have really invested in the farm machinery like tractors. Some are still using the manual sprays and the knapsack and stuff. But when the terrain is sort of like hilly, it becomes an issue in terms of accessibility. But with drones, owing to the fact that they are airborne, they are easy to access such terrains with ease. Another aspect is farm security. And this is usually comes in two ways. One is where inputs are pilferaged, especially when you're using manual methods of farm input application like fertilizer. You'll get that most of the fertilizer end up getting stolen in the farm. Yes, so drones help to curb that because one, the spraying or the spreading or whatever it is done faster. Just to jump the gun a bit, I can tell you that 1 acre for spraying using a drone, it takes an average of about 4 minutes. Another aspect of farm security now comes to the yields. Maybe farmers, mostly who are doing fruit, they're planting fruits, they encounter this on a daily basis, where thieves might try to steal the produce when it's still in the farm. So using the drones, we can also help to deter theft. The other aspect that farmers encounter in their day-to-day operation is high operational costs. Yeah, that one is in terms of now the input costs. We're talking about fertilizer, we're talking about pesticides, herbicides and all that. And we're also talking about also the high labor costs. Yes, so using drones, we are able to lower that. Things like fertilizer and pesticide, we are able to reduce the intake by around 30%. And that also includes labor. Because when you're using drones, we're also going to cut on the amount of labor that you'll need, because it's a technology that highly automates different aspects of this farming. Use out of outdated technology, that's what I was alluding to earlier. farm machinery like the tractors, which cannot easily navigate maybe hilly terrains or maybe valleys. Yeah, so drones help farmers also to deal with the outdated technology. Another aspect is the product quality management. Using drones, you can enhance the quality of your produce. Considering you can be able to assess things like the crop health earlier, things like yield estimation. That one can help for intervention rather, so that areas that are quite infected, they can get taken care of. So once you get your produce, and maybe you take to the market, you won't have a lot of rejects. Yes, and that will ensure that farmers get high returns for their products. Another big issue is workforce exposure to harmful chemicals. And this is seen a lot, especially by the outdated technology we just talked about, where farmers still use the knapsack sprayers. And you find that because of wind and also just the near proximity, you find that they end up also inhaling some of those chemicals, which can be a bit harmful to the farmer. But using drones, because it's remotely controlled, you can be able to keep a safe distance between the one operating and also the chemical or fertilizer or anything being sprayed. It helps in terms of exposure to the said chemicals. Also now, the last issue, which is in line with also the key thing right now in terms of sustainability, is now the environmental impact. Implication from chemical waste. So using the precision aspect of the drones, you are able to use very little chemical because of the precision aspect. And by that, you'll reduce the amount of chemicals that end up maybe in the soil as well, and also maybe the amount of chemical that find its way to waterways. Yeah, so these are our solutions. You can see from the screen. These are the kind of services that we offer. In terms of agriculture, we offer the crop spraying and spreading and seeding. You can see the capabilities there. It takes just 3 minutes to do an acre of spraying. I'm not sure you can say the same when using the knapsack. I'm sure you'll need like around, I'm not a farmer myself, so maybe I can guess, maybe it will take around 20 people doing for quite a number of hours. But in terms of drones, it's just one person, another 3 minutes. You're done with 1 acre of spraying. Another aspect is mapping. So for mapping, because some farmers also, because of maybe the vastness of the land, or also maybe the variable use that you want to use the land for, we can enlist our farming services. We can be able to determine the terrains. And now using that information, you can be able to also kind of decide which crops to be planted where. The last aspect is crop health surveillance. We have high technology drones that can be able to do the crop health surveillance. With this, you can be able to measure things like the chlorophyll level in the leaves, things like the soil moisture content in the soil, and it will help farmers to know when to intervene, maybe with pesticides, when to add fertilizer and stuff, and also to measure things like the yield assessment. And this one comes in handy in case maybe you've insured your crops. Yes, so on the screen you can see some of the solutions we've talked about. You can see the spraying. The spraying, you can see that one we put a demonstration of an orchard we did the spraying for. You can see that's an avocado orchard Yes, yes. So you find that this kind of technology, the drone technology, in terms of spraying, it actually comes in handy for people that are doing fruit trees, because of also because of their tall nature. It's also hard to spray manually. And then on the second picture, you can see just a sample data, the crop health analysis, where you can use to detect crop stress, diseases, nutrient deficiency, even before they become visible to the naked eye. And also the beauty about that is that the drones are highly automated. So if you take out a data like that and feed into the drone that is doing the spraying, it does variable rate application. And by that I mean, you can see areas that are red. Those are areas that are highly affected. Areas that are green, those are areas that are healthy. And areas that are a bit yellowy, those are areas that the crops have a bit of stress. So once that data is fed into the drone, when it's doing the spraying or application of fertilizer, it automatically puts more fertilizer where more is needed, less fertilizer where less is needed, and no fertilizer where none is needed. And now a farmer is able to cut on also the, to reduce on the intake of fertilizer and also other farm inputs. Actually up to by 50%. So actually I've talked about also pest and disease control. So we're talking about things like now the pesticide. Because you can see the benefits there is cost effective. We have already talked about that. Increased biocontrol, also agent, and reduce distribution costs. Yes, yes. In terms of biocontrol, we are talking about just releasing the microorganisms, because there are some farmers who are doing, they have gone fully organic, and besides the spraying of the typical pesticides, which some farmers might be against, there are some also other things that can be sprayed, biological, and also the drones can do that as well. And also another area which I'm sure most people don't know about, the drones can be used to do seeding as well. But the catch is that, I can see the smiles. Yeah, so the catch is that the crops are being planted using the drones have to be the ones that can be planted using the broadcast method, not the line, yeah. So if I'm to figure out real quick about the crops that can be planted through that method, we're talking about something like wheat, canola. Yes, yes, those are the ones that we've done. And recently we've also partnered with organizations to do reforestation for them. So we use drones to plant seed balls to reforest forests. So that's a sample of agricultural mapping I was talking about. Yeah, where you can be able to get things like the soil moisture content for your farm, in case you are practicing irrigation farming. Things like the chlorophyll level in the leaves, just to detect where the crops are stressed. So that's into more details about now the crop health and yield assessment. You can see now using the multispectral drones, we can be able to get a farmer data like that one. So, that will help the farmer to make data-driven decisions when it comes to now application of farm inputs and also just calculating yields. So here we talk about now opportunities for farmers like yourself. I believe everyone is a farmer or is going to be at some point in life. Yes, yes, so time and cost efficiencies. We've talked about how 1 acre can be sprayed in 3 minutes. We've also talked about how using the variable rate application, you are not going to apply your whole farm uniformly, which also helps reduce the time, besides reducing also the amount of input you're going to put in your farm. Another benefit is accessibility. We've talked about rough and inaccessible terrain, and also the trouble spots. We've also talked about safety. Yeah, just basically reducing exposure to employees to the chemical, and also the environmental. Yeah, for environmental survey and reporting. Yes, and also by the virtue that it helps reduce the amount of chemicals that you're going to apply on your crops. And now the last one is data collection and analysis. I'm sure as everything is advancing and also the technology is advancing, we're also trying to make informed decisions, data-driven decisions, rather than the traditional way where just we're calling it spraying and praying. Yeah, so the drones are helping to do that. So basically, this shows a process map in terms of now the data aspect, which I'm sure most farmers are interested in. The first is just the capture. The drones just capture the image. Number 2 is processing. After processing, you just scout. For scouting now, it's just to identify the trouble spots in your farm. After you scout, now you analyze and get the data. After we analyze, now we share the data with the farmer. Yes, yes, and that's the end of the presentation. Someone has any question? Be free to answer.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Brian. Questions for you?
Thank you very much, Brian, for that explanation. My comment is that when you hear about the drones technology, many people associate it with large-scale farmers. So I don't know whether you are making efforts to work also for smallholder farmers. And I see opportunities for small-scale farmers, because you may not come from Nairobi to go and spray 3 acres in Kirinyaga, for instance. But for farmers, say like coffee farmers who are in a cooperative, and the farmers already get pesticides from the cooperative, you could work with them so that you can come and spray coffee for maybe 100 farmers, or you can even spray mangoes, for instance, in Makueni, or oranges for many farmers, and that way maybe you could reach out to small scale as well. Thank you.
Okay, there's another question back there.
Taking note of that. The next question.
Good morning. I think you missed the slide of your prizes. Maybe if you could put it on, then we could kind of engage you in a nice way. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I've noted that. I don't know if there's any question, so that another question, so that when we answer, maybe we can just.
There is another question here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Mkala from Taita Taveta. My question is, how affordable and accessible to the small-scale farmers? I mean your services.
Okay.
Another question? Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lois, and also those who have asked the questions. Yes. So for the first question, yes, it's true. Small-scale farmers also they are in need of these kind of services because that's also something that we are increasingly working on to ensure that the services are also can be extended to small-scale farmers. And we are doing that through the cooperatives, as you've mentioned, where the small-scale farmers within a certain location, let's say within close proximity to each other, can be aggregated together and be offered the service as a whole. It's something that we are currently doing. Yes, so I would encourage you to reach out to us and we can see how we can start working with you going forward. Yes, because it's actually small-scale farmers who are feeding us. Most large-scale farmers are doing it for export. Yes. Another question was in regards to the prices. For spraying, we are charging only 1,000 Kenya shillings per acre, which can go down depending also on the scale. Yeah, so it's on average 1,000, but it's also negotiable. You can see how affordable it is. Yeah. Yes, yes. Mr. Stephen, I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. I've answered my question one way, but there is the issue of accessibility.
Okay, so in terms of accessibility, we offer our services pretty much everywhere, not just in Kenya, but we can also offer it outside Kenya as well.
I can assist. Maybe we'll share with you our contacts, and I think that will make us accessible. So thank you, Brian. Any other question? Okay, so from the farm, Brian, thank you. I'll take it up from here.
Thank you, Lois.
So as we are waiting for the presentation to be put up for cargo, apart from the farm, then it goes air. I have my colleagues, of course, I'll have to introduce them. We have farmers that actually move with their shipment, like cuttings, and when they go to other destinations, maybe they train and also show them practically how to do the farming. We have clients who go to Rwanda, Kinshasa, Comoros, and my colleague manager sales passenger, she's the one who books the farmers for tickets. Chukwe contact yake, please introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, my name is Lucy Mwai. I'm in charge of sales from the passenger side, as she says. We're happy to be here, first of all, as KQ. You've seen we have various departments, but all in all, we are in one group and we are able to come here together. In terms of sales, we have discounts up, especially for those who are traveling for conferences. We'll give an example with this one. We did offer discounts and we partnered with this conference to enable all the people who are coming from various destinations to be here on time. So we are located at our booth right outside here. You can come pick our contacts and we can talk further on that. Thank you.
Before I go to the stage, I would also want to introduce Winnie. Winnie is also on the cargo side. She supports us with the sales agents. Just introduce yourself.
Thank you, Lois. My name is Winnie. We work hand in hand with Lois. So let me not take your time. She will introduce what we do.
So thank you very much. I would like to take us through briefly the presentation for cargo. And Okay, so again, I'm Lois Mbewa from Kenya Airways Cargo, Manager Cargo Sales and Customer Service. So I'll take us through briefly what we do in cargo and how we can support the chain. And what I have seen consistently that has been coming up is the contracts that we sign on the other side. And it was also brought up in an event on Monday where we were also seeing of investors who are going to Lagos. What was common, and I've seen it common today also, is contracts. Contracts between agents and actually the tripartite contracts between the agents, the farmers, and also the client on the other side. So, so these are the products that we ship. We do pharmaceuticals, we do KQ Live, those are pets, animals, and other live animals. We also do mail, courier services, and we also have KQ Fresh. So today we are talking about KQ Fresh, that is the perishable from the farm. Then we have repatriation, this is specifically for human remains, then general cargo, and cargo secure. Cargo secure, these are valuable products. And general cargo, of course, we are talking about maybe seeds, personal effects, anything that is non-perishable. In the next presentation, I'd just like to take us through some of the destinations we go to and the products that we airlift. So we do chicks from JFK, so these are acronyms. I will use, I'll convert them. So that is from the US, France, London, into Nairobi. Then we connect them through Antananarivo, Dar es Salaam, Mogadishu, Harare, Zanzibar, and Mombasa. We also do live crabs, lobsters, crayfish, insects from Mombasa, Zanzibar, Dar es Salaam, Nampula, Maputo, Antananarivo, into Nairobi, destination China, Lagos, Johannesburg. Tuko busy, sindio? The next is flowers, herbs. Of course, avos was mentioned in the previous presentation. We have vegetables, macadamia seedlings, seed meat from Nairobi origin to destination Johannesburg, Accra, Lagos. By the way, Lagos, they love Kenyan flowers so much. We do flowers almost every flight into Lagos. Amsterdam, US, Juba, Entebbe, Harare, China, we also do flowers, and Paris, Brazzaville, Sharjah, and Dubai. Valuable shipment we do from Harare into JFK, London, China, and Dubai. Of course, we do horses from Johannesburg, Harare into Nairobi. Pets from the US, London, Paris, Amsterdam into Africa, Europe, America, and Asia. General cargo, we know about textile that comes from Kenya into Europe, Asia, and other parts of Africa. Of course, those people go for rallies from London to Nairobi. We're the ones who airlift the rally cars. And then pharmaceuticals from Nairobi and Entebbe into Bujumbura, that is meant to have been London, Lilongwe, and Johannesburg. So these are the destinations we fly to. The advantage that farmers have and appreciate Kenya Airways for is a direct flight. So the cold chain is maintained from the farm to the cold chain, to the warehouse where we have our cold chain there, and then directly to the aircraft. So most destinations appreciate using Kenya Airways because of the direct flights, and the shipment arrive when they are fresh. Our last shipment was from Uasin Gishu County into Lagos. These were cows. So our routing was from Nairobi, Sharjah, then we went to Eldoret, picked the cows and brought them to Nairobi into Lagos. So this is, I was rushing to get here because this is where farmers have a challenge. We use this presentation to educate and also guide shippers, guide farmers, guide people who are in between the journey. So sometimes when we attend conferences, we find clients expect us, customers or farmers expect us to have a list of customers who are going to receive their shipment. So for ICCF, this is what we would like to educate farmers more, that even as they are doing the farming, who is their contact person on the other side? And when we talk about the contact person, is pointer. Okay. So the pointer is not working. So I'll need us to walk through the presentation. So let's start from the first line. This is the export process. So we are saying the shipper, the customer, in this case, the farmer, has farm produce and has to go to a warehouse. The question is, in your value chain or in your business structure, how is your warehouse structured? Is it the same place you're going to do the packaging? Will you bring it to the airport? Do you need an agent who is going to do the packaging, the labeling, documentation, and ensure that they have the airway bill, which is a booking document with the airline? They will need to ensure that they deliver to the airline 24 hours to departure or 12 hours to departure, depending on the destination. What are the timestamps? This is where we experience a lot of challenge between the farmer, the shipper, the forwarder, whoever is coordinating this process flow. Then the agent who is supposed to, you see, there's two agents. There are those who have an agent, so this is important for the farmer. You need to understand what is the capability of your agent. Will they do the whole process all the way, ensuring that they do the customs process, they do also the government, the permits. Some of the challenges also we experience, you find that the shipper has done the whole process, the shipment has arrived at the airport, but during the inspection, there's a document missing, or the documentation process has not been done on time. And in this chain, there's maybe customs, there's KEFIS, by the time the shipment arrives and we accept it, there are different government bodies. Then when it is rejected, they say, Kenyawe is imekata. Yeah? So this is why we educate clients. And we tell them, all this documentation has to be ready. On the other side, if the shipment is going to maybe the US or it's going to London, do you have someone who is doing the clearance for you? The same process. Will they make sure that the documentation is done, the clearance is done, and what is their agreement? Will it be delivered directly to the supermarket, or it is going somewhere to the warehouse? There are some countries and destinations, some of the this jurisdiction, they have different processes. For example, here in Kenya, the shipment will be received at our warehouse, which is custom bonded, and then we call the client, come and pick your shipment. There are some countries, the shipment will be taken to the warehouse by the ground handling agent, then handed over to customs, then it is cleared. You see? So different jurisdictions have different processes. So even as we are doing the the export and you are signing your contracts, inside the contracts, understand, will the client do the whole process? I'll share this part of the presentation with ICCF so that you can share with the members. Does he have all this? Can they do this? What are the costs in each bucket, each process step, so that you can work on your cost? We had a client who came and they just wanted to bring the shipment to the airport, and then airport to airport, then it arrives. We experience situations where a client has not withdrawn their shipment or received their shipment, and it is perishable. This happens maybe sometimes in Dubai, London. So it's important, even as you're signing in your contract, will the agent or the consignee or whoever is going to be clearing your shipment on the other side, will they incur the costs? Will they complete the process up to the end? Or what's the agreement? Is it airport to airport? That's why I've indicated I've shown against the aircraft KQ. All this part should be very clear in the contract. Who is doing the clearance? What's the cost? Because as it is, it's airport to airport as far as Kenya Airways is handling the shipment. But then from the warehouse, from the farm, from documentation, who is incurring the cost? Who is doing the import permit and who is doing the export permit? Between the stakeholders, it has to be very clear in the contract. We experience this on a daily basis from clients who ship with us, and they've tried to understand what has happened to my shipment. Then we use this just to educate them as we correct the process and tell them, okay, go and talk to the forwarder, ask them this. Were you to do the clearance? A shipment has arrived Dubai. The moment it has arrived, it will automatically get into the system for customs. What was the agreement? Were you the one to do the clearance? Or it was the shipper to do the clearance? Or it is the supermarket to do the clearance? So sometimes this is not clear in contracts, and it brings a lot of conflict. And most of the time it comes to us and we start having a discussion with the farmers, the shipper, just to tell them, okay, this is what should have happened. And it has actually bared fruit, and it's a learning process for most shippers. So for now, I think that ends my presentation. And yeah, I think that's it. So I'm open for Q&A. You can see us at our booth. We'll give you our contacts. If you have any other question, we'll share with you also our email addresses, both on the passenger side and also the GSA as far as Winnie is concerned. Winnie is the one who is taking care of agents when we have such conflicts, and she's the one who helps us to streamline that process between customers, farmers, whoever it is, whatever product that you're shipping. So the difference from the passenger side and the cargo side is we handle a lot of shipments from pharmaceuticals, personal effects, textiles, anything and everything. We'll give you a solution to whatever you are shipping, including farm equipments. We've just done a few farm equipments. The farm there's a farm in Naivasha. We brought in their farm equipment, we cleared, and then they set up, and that's how we continue growing the farmers. Thank you so much. I'm open for questions. And our team is ready to support us with the answers. Perfect.
I just wanted to ask, over the years, we've had exporters of agricultural products complaining about cargo space. Do you have adequate space to serve the farmers?
Yes, we have space, and no, we don't have space. Yes, we have space, and why we have space is when space is limited, then we have block space agreements. So the contract part of it is the block space agreements. Now, if there's a group of farmers that also have been receiving that kind of feedback, and maybe that's the reason why we are now exposing ourselves into this forum, we can have a discussion and look at which destination you're interested in. Maybe the farmer that already has blocked space agreement does not have shipment. So we will also give you space. So that was the yes answer. But no is when we have so many people that have blocked the flight, and once they've blocked and we don't have enough capacity, then that's where the no comes in. So sometimes they open up. You will find someone has blocked space, and maybe 1 week, because we plan in advance, if there is no space, if they cannot fill the flight as per their block space, we give it to the next person. So we are open and we'll support farmers wherever they want to do the export. There's a question there. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is not really a question, but a suggestion. For us that export, KQ is not always the cheapest rate, but in terms of service, it compensates for it. And also us being Kenyan, I have a...
Slightly, I'm struggling to hear.
Oh, sorry. What I was saying is that KQ doesn't always have the most favorable rate in terms of export cargo rates. However, us being Kenyan and the pride that we have as Kenya, I have a suggestion that why don't you create a program for emerging farmers or emerging exporters where we can get a consolidated favorable rate, maybe for a duration of X number of shipments, so that we can get into the program and understand and feel the service that KQ gives, so that we can have that pride. We pay Emirates for 5 years, and those funds go out of the country with taxes from KQ. It'll really help us. So support, my idea is to have a support program for emerging exporters and farmers.
Okay, I've heard you. Yeah, so we'll take also your contacts. Kindly see us at the booth. Yes, we'll support you because we have different groups that come to us. 2 weeks ago, we had also a set of groups, just like Madam was saying, associations. So sometimes we go to them and they come to us. We look at the destinations, and then we sign off an SRA, that is special rates for you. So we'll do that for you, yeah. Any other question? So thank you very much. We really appreciate the invitation. So the next meeting for ICCF, please take it to Mombasa. We will make sure that we give you tickets, not for free, and we need to take the samples. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. A round of applause for Lois. Lois Mbera there from Kenya Airways. Now you know. Of course, they're not very stringent on the prices. They're flexible. There's room to always swing your cart, as always, and have an affordable rate from KQ, just supporting the contract farmers that the farmer that you are. So it's not all in vain. You can have very good harvest, and you wonder, okay, how then do I export it? What are the challenges there? And those are the things that we've learned this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, from that particular session. And you have that Fahari Aviation with the drones, very affordable, right? So you can actually just make your peak. I think someone else really floated their rates, so you can compare yesterday from the forums as well. Good. I think it's going to 1 o'clock, and we just have one session. This will be a quick one, and I know we were supposed to be having Linda Capwell here to come and moderate this particular session, but now because of time constraints, she has to catch a flight, and that is crucial. You know, you have to be at the airport 2 hours before boarding, so she will not be able to handle this. So I'll step in for her, and I will want just to maybe set the tone for that particular conversation. This is all about farmers' perspectives, opportunities, and challenges in market access and trends. This is what we want to focus on. It will be a quick one. Yes, even as we know, we've discussed all these issues in between. So moving ahead, what are some of the optimistic pie in the sky, you know, things that are there for us that can actually help us move forward smoothly, seamlessly? And I would want to just now delve deeper into this briefly. So in this session, we want to explore the real world experiences of farmers as they navigate both domestic and international markets through contract farming, by bringing together, of course, you, the farmers, and market specialists. And we want to bridge the gap between the on-ground realities and the evolving market demands. Farmers will share how contract farming has opened doors to new opportunities, whether in avocado. We know the avocado constraints that were there, especially with the oceans banning of the export right now through that they were raising scruples as well. There is a Avocado Association of Kenya. French beans, we can talk about it, cut flowers, potatoes, dairy or foods, while also highlighting persistent challenges such as delayed payments, price volatility, quality rejections, and infrastructure constraints. So we want to delve deeper into this particular session, and I want just to call our panelists here if they're around. We have Fred Mudhama, CGA Farmer. Fred, if you may just come to the podium. Mpigeni makofi akija tafadhali. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali ya heshima. Thank you. And I want also to invite Nicholas Ambanya, Chief Executive Officer, Selu Africa Limited. There he is. Phoebe Award, Development Consultant and Contract Farming Coach. Phoebe, are you here? Phoebe? Phoebe Award. No, Madam, we have you. I think Isaac has, I'm just getting an information here. Isaac will not be able to join us. He's been called for an urgent meeting. Though he was here yesterday. So I think we'll flow with the two, yeah? And just to get a perspective of what is happening on the ground with the farmers as well. So, Phoebe Award, not here. Isaac Telam has been called. I don't want to leave anyone out. Yes. Thank you so much. Let me try and take my seat. I'll try and make this quick so that also I do not become the barrier between you and your lunch. Great. So as we get everyone mic'd up, Nicholas is being mic'd up, and Fred, I can see you're mic'd up. Your water is here, sir. In case you want to reach out and just grab it a little, I know maybe you might need it at some point. You can open it up. Nicholas, good to see you, and thank you so much for electing to be part of this conversation. You can just do some mic testing 1, 2. You can, yeah, just scoot over a bit so that you're not far away. Yeah, let's just check on the mic if it's okay, so that we don't have some challenges when we start. You can sing the national anthem, hear your voice.
Testing, yeah.
Hey, Mungu.
Should be good.
Yeah?
Testing.
Oh, you don't want to sing the national anthem? Okay, I'll give that to Fred.
Yeah.
Tuimbe kwa Kiswahili. National anthem. Fantastic. Okay, let me just give them an opportunity to introduce Fred. We would love to hear from you, you're the CGA farmer, but just give us a bit of introduction so that we get to know you a bit intimately. We should be intimately familiar with you. Isaac, are you joining us? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mutani.
we've been calling, so you can join us now. Thank you so much. So you can, as you get mic'd up. So let's just get your introductions. Please, let's just begin with you, Fred.
My name is Frederick Mudama Nzioka. I'm a farmer in Athi River. I started farming quite some time back when I was in the civil service. So farming has been my passion. And originally I used to grow tomatoes, a lot of tomatoes, during the 1996 El Nino. I had a lot of tomatoes, I sold it, and I got good prices. However, later we got into French beans farming, but we still have a lot of disappointments because of the buyers, the contract farming that we have engaged with various companies. Like the latest, last year actually, the latest is last year. We were farming in the name of Madame, and they actually have falsified documents, making us to appear like they have sold it to us. They have bought things from us worth 1.4 million, and even the seeds that they have supplied us. Like we farmed 4 times, and every time we used to use the 32 kilos of seeds. And then in their invoice, they have brought over 10 invoices, which actually we never received. So we felt that was it's not fair. Now the worst has come when now the KRA follows them. They want to tell them who are the farmers. Yes, they say we have. In fact, up to last week, I've been having problems with the KRA. They say that we have to pay them because we were doing the contract farming. We were doing farming. I tried to analyze to them all the costs, but then they say you don't have receipts. Now, in the contract farming, in the farms, in the rural areas, when a cashier comes and he cultivates your farm, where can he get an ETR from? So now they threw the issue back to me. Told me now you have to prove how you used the 1.4 million, because we wanted to tax 30% out of it. Yet even the profit we got was not even anything nearby that. The last thing that was also disappointing was when we agreed at 100 shillings per kilo. And just midway, the 2 to 3, 4 harvests, they reduced it to 60. And yet we were already deep into the contract and already harvesting. So that is also another unfair aspect of contract farming, which needs to be managed. So we need the government to intervene. We need anyone who is in a position to be able to help the farmer, because the farmer puts all his best into the farm. But then when it comes to now the end results, he seems to be the one bearing everything. And even many times they have rejected our products. So even as it now, we have reduced farming to a great extent, but we have also devised another way of trying to make our hands meet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fred. And interesting that you're mentioning the fact that, first of all, this 1.4 was actually slapped on you fraudulently.
Yes.
And KRA now is on your case.
Yes.
Because you need to account on how you've spent the 1.4 million shillings, and you need to pay the taxes. Yet there are no any productive, goods that have been delivered to you, isn't it?
Okay, the point is, we farmed, okay, even if we made the 1.
Did you make it?
We made at least about 1.2.
Okay.
That's fine. But part of that, they have also invoiced us for receipts, for seeds which we never received, which is now, that is a fraud.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
So this aspect of the ETRs that is coming also into play, and you have casual workers, now it is what that needs to be streamlined, because at the end of the day, the KRA, they don't really care on whether it is casual, they just want receipts. So I think if we even had somebody from KRA will have been able maybe to streamline and give us a very lucid and clear picture of some of these challenges that are there, that some of the contract farmers, they are not really aware of. And they always say ignorance is no defense. They don't really care. As long as they see that there's some money that has been transacted and is checked into your account, you need to be accountable in paying your taxes on this. Onboarding of the casual workers, and I think maybe we can just try and canvass these issues together here. How then do they get onboarded on the ETR? Because I think that is another challenge as well. But I think that if anyone will want to answer that question, I'm not an expert on it, we'll be happy to hear what is the solution to that as well. But let me just get some introductory remark from Nicholas Mbanya, the Chief Executive Officer, Celu Africa Limited.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here this, I believe it's afternoon already. This is very exciting for me. Bit of echo, a lot of echo. Okay. So I sit here with gratitude because for the last 19 years, I have presided over some of the most successful contract farming projects in this country. I've been part and parcel of the reforms that happened at AFA, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, with regard to how to regulate, streamline, and manage contract farming. And so I have lots of answers for many questions that are coming up with regard to the pricing issue that our fellow farmer is talking about here, how to go about that, and many other aspects of contract farming. And so happy to be here to share my perspective. Contract farming can be done and can be done very well. As a matter of fact, the future is in contract farming, but then it has to be done very well in, as I'll be explaining as we go by, in a framework of mutual partnership, where all the players support each other for sustainability. And that is the point I just want to make at this introductory point, as we'll be diving more into those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just also yield the floor to you, sir. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you so much.
Peter Munyaka.
Yes. My name is Muthomi Ernest. I work for the Avocado Society of Kenya. And I'm glad to be here. The Avocado Society is a membership association for growers, for the exporters, and other value chain players. So for me, contract farming has its positives, which are really huge. Avocado is a new crop in this country. And of course, we find that the security, the sustainability, and again, the partnership that contract farming offers is something that farmers can of course exploit. It has its downwards. I think it's very common. I don't know whether it has been spoken in this forum that the mutual trust needs to be for both parties.
Yeah.
The issue of side selling by maybe farmers the issue of people backing up, and I'm happy we have some experts here, Selu, maybe they can tell us. I'm also here to learn and then for example, share this knowledge with. But I want to say from the outset that we need to encourage contract farming. We need to encourage that, and we need to find good partners that can help with finances, can help with expertise, and of course with markets. So I think those are my opening remarks for now.
Thank you, Peter. And I think you've mentioned something regarding the avocado, and this we've been raising. Maybe it is bearing the brunt on you. We saw the Association of Kenya banning the shipment of avocado, through the oceans as well. I don't know, what was your reaction? And when you were talking about contract farming, how does this directly affect you?
Yeah, well, of course, we are proponents of quality export of avocado. From where I sit, we really want to have anyone who is eating Kenyan avocado or who is buying Kenyan products, whether it's avocado oil, to have the best experience. So there is huge demand for avocado internationally, and some people are tempted to sell poor quality avocados that are immature and all that. Then probably there is also weak inspection, or
so,
maybe.
So is the question, is it the quality, or is it also the capacity, the volumes?
I
mean
mean
the threshold.
The phenology of the avocado. I mean, we have to, for avocado to be enjoyed, it has to reach some certain dry matter content for it to ripen and be enjoyed when you are eating. I think all of us have an experience with an avocado which is not mature. It shrivels. The taste is not good.
Yeah.
But if you have an avocado that is mature, you really enjoy. So the issue is, we have some people who will export avocados when it has not reached that maturity level that is desired for enjoyment.
Thank you.
So that's where the problem is.
Right, thank you. And Collins, I think you'll want to boost the monitors here, for them to listen in. I think it's been a challenge of now that I'm here and I'm in this space, I can see they can just hear themselves from the echoes. So it would be nice for the panelists to hear. This is the challenge that you're talking about?
Yes.
The echo. So now is it okay? Can you say something?
Testing. Yeah, better.
Now it's good. It's better.
Thank
you, Collins. Okay. Let me come to you, Fred, and you tell me then. At least you've had that challenge from your side. But what changes will make contract farming more rewarding for producers?
Okay, I think the best thing that would happen is if the people want who have interest in these various items of farm to come and we get honest and sincere contracts, so that at least when the farmer does his bit, he gets the reward for his farm, so that at least he does not do work and does not get payback.
Thank you. All right. And yesterday also we talked about certification. We had here a gentleman from Kenya Bureau of Standards, the KEFR as well for the seedlings. This is very key. And I want just to pose this to you, Nicholas, the impact of certification in your experience. How do certification and sustainability requirements impact farmers' ability to access and remain competitive in these markets?
Thank you. We cannot overemphasize the importance of certification. Certification is, what proves that you are meeting not just quality standards, but certification addresses three main areas. It addresses the consumer safety. So is the product you are producing safe for the final consumer? Certification addresses also the operator safety. The people you are using in your farm to spray, to cultivate, to mix things. Have you put measures in place to ensure that they are working in a safe environment? Then lastly, but not the least, certification also addresses environmental safety. So where you are farming, are you farming sustainably, or are you releasing chemicals into the soil, into the water, that then makes future farming a problem because of the degradation of the environment and the soil? Another aspect is coming in terms of the ethical aspect. People that work in your farm, are they paid a wage, a living wage that is able to sustain their lives? Are you treating them well? Do they have a mechanism to complain when they're not happy? Gender violence, sexual harassment, all these things. That certification serves to ensure that you are producing ethically and also safely for the consumer abroad. And that's why there is no shortcut to it. You've got to certify. And now for farmers, remember that we have small-scale farmers, medium-scale farmers, and large-scale farmers when it comes to contract farming. Many times people focus on just small-scale farmers. There are all those three categories of contract farming. For small-scale farming, certification has now been made easier. All you need to do is belong to a group, a cooperative, or be a farmer group that grows for a certain organization. What then happens is that certification is made affordable because all you need to do is to build the structures in 1 or 2, 3 farmers in that group. And those are the structures that come to be audited, and then it's made easier and affordable. And you can actually pay a communal fee to get that happen. But certification is something that farmers need to appreciate, needs to know it exists, needs to subscribe to, because it is what gives the competitiveness in the market.
Still, when we talk about certification, I think we are living in a time where we have all these interlinkages of institutions. And just speaking to the challenge that Fred is talking about, when I don't know what is your experience when it comes to, yes, you want your certificate at the end of the day, and as you mentioned, there's so many nuances that you actually have to check.
Yeah.
So the question will be, I don't know, from your own estimation, will you just give us an accurate appraisal of how you handle things like the casual laborers in your farm, and then you have the challenge like Freddie is handling. I don't know, from your own experience, how you've been able to mainstream it so that you don't have the challenges of KRA, and you need also, their tax compliance at the end of the day, you as a farmer.
Good. So if I'm addressing the casual aspect specifically, now, for you to be safe, you either should have a permanent staff that you have on your farm who you then remit their income tax every month, and then on the casual side, you onboard a casual company, an organization that comes to their people, you allocate them the work that needs to be done, they do it, they operate as a company. So you deal with that casual group, not at individual level, but as a company. That is now the emerging new ways of managing casual labor. There are individuals who have set up labor companies. They have their registrations, they have their certification, their tax compliances. Deal with those companies. Say if you need 20 people on Monday, you call up the company and say, I need 20 people on Monday, this is the work, these are the terms. They come do the job, you pay them for the work done. Pay company X for weeding 10 beds, for harvesting 8X kilos, and that you are safe. It is then that company that then handles the labor issues between them and the labor ministry and the KRA. That's how safe you become.
Fred, I think that is a very good initiative. Maybe you should consider that. Maybe, I don't know. It depends also with the scale of the farming that you're undertaking.
Now
it doesn't.
Now it can be done at any scale.
At any scale.
At any scale now. From 1 person to 3 to 4 people, you can have that as a contract, but with another person.
Do you think such an intervention can address your problem?
Okay. So far, what I've done, I have educated many young men and women in the village. That is my pride, because most of the young men I find, they say that we were educated through your farm. That makes me proud. But now, this aspect of a contract with another farm, if that is the way forward, then I can also form a company which can be
yes.
doing my farming. Then and
still okay.
At the end of the day, but now, what about the tractor? Because I don't have a tractor, and that the person who is plowing the farms, it's only one tractor in the village, and you cannot.
All right, someone has seen you online. They're saying, hey, we can see you, Fred. Continue.
Maybe
I'm
that's
just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying the tractor, the person plowing for everyone, that one you pay for a service. You structure it in a way that you pay for a service and you are not a wage.
Yeah.
Now your accountant can easily now be able to incorporate the service fee into the accounting certification and standards easily. So it's, as I was saying, it's knowledge that we need to gain from the right people, that as these tax aspects come up, we need proper education to all of us and farmers and people know that how does it affect their business, how to comply. The challenge we're having is that we're having standards being slapped on farmers without any proper training, without understanding their challenges, without educating them, and just then saying we demand this, we demand that. Like he was saying, if he has not made profit even up to 20%, and somebody is demanding tax of 30%,
yes.
That's simply lack of, just ignorance by government agents who are just keen on collecting money, and therefore killing the same businesses they are meant to be supporting. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Bonyaka, you wanted to add on it, but I think because this is a big issue, especially just streamlining our taxes. You can be having all this, and then KRA, you find notification there. They'll give you stress at the end of the day if you don't know how to handle it. So I know this is some of the challenges also a lot of us maybe are experiencing. Bonyaka, you want to say something?
Yes, I think this issue of KRA and e-teams is really a big issue, and I hope next year when we have this conference, we should put KRA on the room, because, well, the government doesn't want to say broadly that they are looking for taxes from farmers, but that is the reality. They want farmers to pay taxes. So, and actually, it's becoming a challenge, because in some sectors where everything has been formalized, farmers are running away. Take the issue of, for example, milk. Milk, there was an issue of milk hawking in this country, which has been addressed by having cooperatives and farmers taking milk for pasteurization and all that. But you find now, this e-teams issue is driving farmers to get into milk hawking before, because when they submit milk to a cooperative society, they will be asked for the e-teams.
Yeah.
Even when they deliver avocados to our pack houses, you find now where we are farmers delivering fruits directly to an exporter, and they would get a better deal. Now, because of this demand for e-teams, farmers are running to brokers, because the broker is the one who shall have the e-team certifications and all that. So where we wanted farmers to enjoy a better price from an exporter, when the exporter demands that the farmer gives them e-teams, they know, of course, that's KRA. So the issue of e-teams is a thorny issue in this country. And I believe yesterday we had a meeting with the cabinet minister for Treasury, I mean the PS for Treasury, Kipto, and the CS for Agriculture, discussing about some of these issues.
Okay.
So in addition to contracting, I think KRA and e-teams is a big challenge for especially the small scale farmers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think even in the next conference, Paris, we will consider, people from KRA, because now farmers also, they are complaining, hey, we need to be educated on how to get on board on e-teams so that they don't come, threatening us with those letters at the end of the day. Just moving on swiftly, and I wanted just to latch on the sustainability bit, because I liked what Nicholas, you had said regarding how compliant you have to be. It doesn't matter just even your sourcing, your laborers, they have to be compliant when it comes to sustainability, where we know this is a very key issue when it comes to environmental social governance. So what key trends do you foresee impacting farmers' participation in value chains, and how can they proactively prepare for these changes?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, then we'll come to you, Fred, as well, and Munyaka.
Thanks. The future of farming and farming contracts is in groups, forming competitive groups, forming structures that have good governance, that have a good business structure, and forging together as a group into the future. The days of individual small or medium farmers are gone. There are things that you are going to miss out. Emerging technology. You cannot afford emerging technology when you are a single small-scale farmer. You need to come together to be able to afford. And if you are not going to uptake emerging technology, you will not improve your yields, you will not improve your quality, you will not sustain your environment and your soil for future productivity. So the trend is for farmers must come together to form business groups that are well structured, to be able to have a strong voice as a unit, to be able to have bargaining power, and also to be able to address the issue of compliance I just talked about. It is better addressed when you are in a group like that. And then as a group, you then can actually proactively do good marketing together of your products as a team. You can also then invest in research and development. You're not going to make progress if you don't tap into new technologies, new seed types, new ways of soil management, for example, minimum tillage, regenerative agriculture, if you do not invest in research and development and as a unit. And so the farmers, again, when a moderator, they also need to now appreciate that they need to deploy or employ expertise. Traditional farming methods, the way we've always farmed, me and my children, that needs to take a rest and get experts to advise on agronomy, on soil management, on water management, on pest control, disease. And that again can only happen if you come together to be able to afford expert services to guarantee you yields. That's the trend.
Thank you. Maybe you can chime in as well, Fred, just to contribute to what he says briefly.
Well, I think my fellow panelist is right. Working as groups can be an advantage, but also managing groups can be really a big challenge. Like today, we formed a group about that 5 years ago when I was Minister of Foreign Affairs. We bought land in Kibiku. For the last 26, almost 28 years, I've been the treasurer. I've been using my personal money to sustain the society. Now, when you lead groups and you want to be sincere in it, honestly, you will need to spend a lot more than when you are doing it alone. So it depends also on what exactly, but now like in my area now, what I'm thinking about, I'm thinking of doing beehives instead of farming beans, beehives. Then I can encourage all the farmers around there to grow sunflower, and then we can have 1,000 or 2,000 beehives, and we can harvest a lot of honey. And then I hope KRA will not come and start taxing us on that, because we may release the bees to bite them. Yeah. So the problem is, so far the challenge is managing large groups. Even the societies that we know of, they have their own challenges. But now, if, for example, groups can be organized, because like in my place, as I've told you, I mentioned because of the challenges of farming, I've resorted into adding value to the food that I grow in the farm. I've built a hotel. Now, instead of selling tomatoes in crates, I'm selling in slices. So that is another way of now trying to evade the challenges. But now I know KRA will still be coming for me, but we'll know how to deal with them.
They should be your friend, yeah? Not your foe, because you're paying them taxes at the end of the day to build the country.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's just take our thoughts around infrastructure challenges. And we've seen Lois Bewa from Kenya Airways highlighting how they normally do it, cost constraints, but partnership is the way to go. As we've always said, and we emphasize on this conference, that we cannot just sing a symphony alone. It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony, and this is where partnership really comes along. So I know there are challenges of infrastructure gaps. Often we'll want to know how they hinder market access. What collaborative efforts or solutions have you seen that effectively address these challenges? We can talk about how geopolitics affect also your contracts at the end of the day, when the Strait of Hormuz now is closed because of Israel and Gaza war, and now you have to take a longer route for you to export it. How does it also affect the permutations of your contract at the end of the day? Let me throw it to you, Bunyaka.
Yeah, well, of course, when we talk about, let me start with geopolitics. This year we've had prices because of Middle East.
Can you just adjust your mic up a bit so that it's...
Yeah, for us in the avocado sector, we use the sea to ship our avocados.
Yeah.
So geopolitics is one way of how geopolitics affects our exports. We aim to reroute our export of avocados from the normal Suez Canal to down in Cape. So that has really affected our pricing and even our quality of the produce that we've been exporting, because you find the voyage has been taking more days. Well, of course, some of the geopolitics, we have no power. We are powerless. The war in the Middle East has been there since time immemorial.
But how is it considered in the contract? Okay, some of these things we don't know. Yeah, we have these routes, and now the prices are there, or the shipment is ongoing. The route has taken another angle that is too expensive. How is it captured in the contract? Do you consider that as a force majeure?
Well, a force majeure, yes. In some instances, there is all that clause in the contracts, and of course, that shields a farmer in case such happens, because we've had instances where people ship produce and there are no contracts. Unfortunately, the other party will not want to take the risk. So the issue of contracts is really very important in phases of geopolitics and all that. Of course, contracts and insurance, and those are some of the issues that will shield the farmer from when such issues happen. Of course, some of them go beyond. It's only that in some sectors, we are fortunate. Like the avocado, we can process our avocado into oil. Of course, oil gets us less money. But for instance, on flowers, we've had instances where we could not ship our flowers due to some issues that have to do with politics. But then when you talk about the infrastructure, I cannot really re-emphasize the fact that we need to get into groups. You know the nature of our land tenure system. We have fragmented land. Some of our buyers, especially the international market, even local market, need to be assured of quality. They need due diligence. They need volumes. Volumes are very critical, for instance. And given the nature of our fragmented land, you are doing an avocado, for instance, no one can do a container comfortably with the sizes that we need. But getting together, we can be able to do that. I know we've challenges with groups previously where we and some of our officials running away with members' money. But of course, that has to do with how we handle this. And I must thank the ministry. The government. There is a lot of emphasis on group formation of groups. And for us in the avocado sector, we are actually celebrating group dynamics, even for markets alone, where a farmer's voice comes in and we are able to negotiate a better deal in terms of price. At the same time, we also have group dynamics, like now even access to finance, access to credit. So there is huge advantage when farmers get together. So and of course get through contracts. So I don't want to emphasize And I want to say that we as the Avocado Society celebrate groups in as much as we celebrate individual efforts in the sector.
Thank you. So I can see time is ticking away from us, and we'll maybe just want to get a few questions from the plenary, then we get the future outlook from each of you, just to also give your closing remarks finally. So I can see hands are propping up, so if we have that roving mic, will be nice. Can you just give us your name and fire away your question? Brevity is of essence.
Oh, hi. My name is Brian. I'm a farmer, and my question is to you, Mr. Muzama. Who helped you with the price change issue? I think this also overlaps with SELU. Perhaps you can give some insight on how to address the issue as a farmer when the contracting entity changes price in between. Who exactly do we turn to address that issue?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Mudomi Ernest, not to actually Mudama.
Yes.
I want to correct that.
Ernest, yes.
Yes.
Ernest.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hold it so that we get other questions?
Just write it down.
Yeah. Ernest Mudomi is the CEO of Avocado Society of Kenya.
Hi, my name is Alex. I work with the One Acre Fund. So my question is about in contract farming. Say if we were to introduce some farmer a crop they've never grown before, avocado, and if they fail because it's new to them, despite the extension services, who takes the cost? Say that you're giving the inputs on credit, so they're taking a loan and they were expected to be paid at time of harvest, but the crop has failed. So in this case, what is conventional in contract farming? Like, is the farmer paying the loan still, or are they forgiven? You know, what are some of the common practice here?
All right, so who bears the cost? Is there any other question that you want to be addressed? We can flower the two in the meantime. So we have Fred, you got that particular question. Did you capture it well?
Yes. Yes.
And I think also, Nicholas, you can answer as well the first question from Peter. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me go first on contracts. I would want to emphasize, for instance, where we are doing contracts for agriculture and farming, in the face of climate change, please let us go for crop insurance.
Yeah.
Because crop insurance will take care of any eventuality that happens. Whether there is crop failure, whether it's pest or disease, now we have companies in the country that are offering crop insurance. The issue of price again, that's when I mentioned something like side selling. We have price changes. Well, what we try to do as a society, we now are able to guide on guidelines. At the same time, if you're doing avocado, you can talk to the Avocado Society. We can be a witness of your contract when you are a member of the society, when you join the society, or even if you're not a member, we are able, because of the position in the industry, we are able to guide you on how to craft a win-win contract when you are dealing with the avocado. We are open, we are ready, we are available for you. Whether you are doing an international contract, whether you are doing a local contract, we have lawyers that can look through and just make sure you don't burn your fingers.
Thank you. And maybe I will be happy to hand over the mic also to Peter Munyaka. He's a farmer service center, avocado farmer. You can be able to address that particular question, Peter Munyaka? Can you just give the mic to him? He was supposed to be part of his panel. I think he missed out when I was getting the handover notes from my moderator. Just kindly stand up and address that issue that has been raised. I think it will be good to hear from a farmer as well.
Please come along again. The question, please.
Repeat the question. Repeat the question for him.
Sorry, the issue of contracting that she was raising really bears a cost. That is what you've been answering as well.
So who bears the cost? I think, sorry that I didn't make to the place where you are giving the chance to talk. But yesterday we had a side event on the other side, and we were discussing about all this and the cost. We are saying that one of the main things why the contracts are failing is when the contract is being signed. You find that there are no clear guidelines as to, like the question you are asking, no one, the contract is not clear on who is supposed to bear that cost. So I will not be in a position to clearly say who bears the cost of what. Yeah.
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you. All right.
Let me
Nicholas?
come in. Yeah, so thanks. Let me start with that. So, say an exporter is introducing a farmer to growing avocado or any other product. Now, the regulation of HCDA under AFA 2013, clearly puts the responsibility of the technical aspect of production on the buyer, either the exporting company or the broker who is contracting a farmer to buy, to grow product for them. So we should look at it at two steps. One, how do we avoid a failure in the first place? It comes back to what I'll say in my closing remarks, that it's the relationship between the buyer and the farmer needs to transit from being a transactional relationship to a partnership, whereby the buyer does his or her best to support the farmer, and the farmer does their best to support the buyer. In that case, the farmer will receive enough training on how to grow, will receive enough training on the risks involved, how to mitigate those risks, and then in the case where they did all their best and the crop failed, maybe due to hailstones or an outbreak of disease, then crop insurance is the solution. Now, coming to the price. Now, the HCDA regulation, which I'm private, but I was part of this process in 2013 when the horticulture industry in Kenya almost collapsed under the MRL situation, the maximum residue level. And we worked very hard that year and the following year to create these regulations. Your contract as a farmer must be witnessed by a government officer, either HCDA or sometimes they delegate to the Ministry of Agriculture officials at your level. If that contract is not witnessed, it's not binding. Now, once that contract is witnessed, the agreement you have with the buyer, be it an exporter company or a broker, it is actually filed at HCDA. Now, in this way, the broker or the company provides even coordinates of your farm and a copy of the contract you've signed and the price at which you've agreed and other conditions. For example, if he says, I'll collect product from your farm, you will not bring it yourself, all those conditions are there. I can confirm to you that the Directorate of Horticulture has the powers to deal with such a case and ensure that you get the price you agreed with, with the volumes you agreed to supply are all collected, nothing is left behind, and you get revenue. I've once gone through a process where another company came and collected product from my farmer. HCDA ensured that I was paid not just the value, but the opportunity lost that I got from that. There exists a mechanism to resolve the price issue. But if you do a Juakali contract with a company or a guy, then you are in trouble.
But how do I source my witness? I think that can be a challenge then. How do I source my witness to be so that I make it binding?
The witness is a government officer resident in this area. Every area has a HCDA office. That's where you sign. That's the HCDA officer in that area is a witness of. It's a requirement, by the way. You are the one not doing it if you are not doing it. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Fred, you wanted to answer something, or we go to the next question?
I think we can go to the next question because the question he had asked is actually almost answered.
Yeah.
Because unless there is any way to enforce it, there's a farmer, you bear it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Selo, I think there was the question from Peter. We've just answered that yes, and it was directed to both you. Where is Peter? Yeah.
Have I answered Peter? Is the one I've answered?
You've answered him, yeah, isn't it? Right. So you're satisfied. Okay. I think then there's one more. We just take the last two more questions, Kindly make it very brief because it's getting to 2 o'clock. We need to wind up and then we come back at around 2:20 for the deal room. This is the clincher. Yes, you have a mic. Kindly just go on with the question.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Juma.
Eric Juma.
I don't consider myself big or small scale, but more of a businessman in farming. Now, you're asking for a question, but mine is more of a comment because I've been listening since yesterday, and specifically as far as the contracts are concerned. I think we had a lady from one of the ministries who came and spoke yesterday, and she mentioned that one of the challenges that they are having at the ministry is developing contracts that protect the farmer. And to me, that sounds like a collusion, because clearly at this age and time, we can't say we are unable to develop a contract that protects the farmer, because we know exactly what happens, and the farmer is disadvantaged. And if you ask me, unless we are very true to ourselves, then these conferences will not make a difference, because to me it looks like a system that is already set up to disadvantage the farmer, whereby you're the one who's making the biggest investment and you also make to take the biggest risk, and when everything goes wrong, everybody else in the system makes money but not the farmer. Even when there are losses, everybody else will make money. They will have supplied you with the chemicals, they will have done everything else. But unless we need to agree that we have to be very proactive in ensuring that everything that we do, I hear the gentleman at the center saying there are mechanisms to ensure that the farmer is compensated. Is that what is happening on the ground? Are these mechanisms accessible to farmers, or are they only known to a few people who can access government offices and be able to get their reprieve when that moment comes? So let's face it, if we don't face it head on and put the farmer at the center of every decision that is being made, unfortunately, everybody else will benefit and not the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I think you raise a very pertinent issue. We wish that sometimes when they come here, especially the representation from the government, they stick around so that you express that question and challenge them. Yeah. So that they don't just come here to open the conference, then they disappear. And they're the people who should be, answering these questions that are coming from the farmers, because I think this is the interface for them as well. So they should linger and wait for questions from you, such as those that you think it's very skewed against the farmer, and then we just speak in an echo chamber like we are right now, because they are not here. But of course, this will be documented and presented to them as well. Let's take the last question.
It's not a question, but it is an answer to what has been asked. My name is Rogers Kidake, agribusiness consultant. The contracts are not blanketly applying to every farmer the same. Every understanding is different depending with the contract. For instance, the avocado farmer contract is very different from what 1 acre they're asking. For instance, the avocado contract is strictly on the produce, whereby you have to meet certain standards, most likely the GAP, the exportation standards, for you to give them. For the 1 acre, for instance, the situation, you have to have an understanding where it comes from the seed. The seed has to be a certified seed. The inputs, that is inclusive of the fertilizer, they have to provide agronomical support and monitoring. Then they come and pick the produce from the farmers. Then from there, they evaluate on the harvest versus the money that was given. They also have to take insurance policy against the weather factor. So I can say that the contracts are very different, and depending with also the crop that you are contracting with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, unless there's no pressing matter, I think we should call it a day on this particular moment. Thank you very much, Fred Mudama, who's a CGA farmer. We want to thank you as well. Nicholas Mbanya, thank you so much. Ernest Mudomo is the CEO of Avocado Society of Kenya. Thank you so very much. Also, I want to thank you, Peter Munyaka. You're supposed to be here, but I missed calling you out. But you've also just mentioned and contributed from the plenary. Peter Munyaka is a Farmer Service Center, avocado farmer. Thank you so very much, and for your contribution as well. So a round of applause for our panelists, even as they move forward to just have this conduct moment. Peter, I'll call you to be, because you're supposed to be here as well, Peter Munyaka, so that we can take yeah. Collins, if you may just mute the mics. Yeah. Thank you very much. So this is where I also get to ensconce myself there. A round of applause to our panelists. A good round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for that, the insight, at least from the farmers and the perspectives and the challenges they go through, the opportunities also that comes to bear on their way. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate. And now we want just to take a break. I'll kindly ask you, because it's ticking up to 2 o'clock, if we could be back here by 2:15. Is that okay? That will have made around 25 minutes, so to speak, right? So we just take a small break, then we'll be back for the deal room. Building partnerships across agricultural value chains. And this is what I normally look forward to in any conference. The deal room is where now deals are made. And of course, the B2B session in this particular forum will serve as a high-level marketplace for partnerships, networking, and deal-making across the agricultural value chain. The session will bring together leading industry players, ranging from input suppliers, processors, and exporters to logistics and freight forwarders, freight providers, to explore opportunities in contract farming and structured trade across Africa and internationally. So this interactive forum will create a space for farmers, organizations, agribusiness, and service providers to engage directly with potential partners, buyers, and investors. It will highlight practical pathways to build sustainable linkages, drive access to markets, ensure reliable offtake arrangements, and strengthen supply chain efficiencies. So this is where you look forward to. And I see the farmer from Molo as well. I think this will be a wonderful opportunity for you in the afternoon session, and many of us, so that we can have that interlinkages. We have our consultants, we have finances as well, this and the logisticians as well. So that will be a nice center of conference of expertise benefiting each and every one of us. Good. Let's just take that particular break. And then when we circle back, we'll go directly to the deal room. Please, let's congregate here and see how that will pan out. We take the short break right now. May you enjoy your lunch. And kindly just note that lunch is at the food court at your own expense, so you can find your way to the food courts here as we take this short break.
This international conference on contract farming is very important and a timely conference, especially for Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa, because Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa were mainly agrarian society.
Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the fifth largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee alone.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down DBTs, DBTs.
All right. It is now time. I will request everyone to be in the plenary so that we may go to the next session. Kindly, if you're still at the exhibition booth, we'll want everyone to congregate in the plenary. Everyone plus the exhibitors. Please, let's make our way to the plenary. It's now 2:30. We want to go to the deal room the deal room session. I'm calling the meeting to order. We kindly have everyone back in the plenary. This is a humble request. Kindly, it is time that we continue with the next session for the deal room, and I'm humbly requesting everyone to walk in to the plenary so that we can continue with the next session and the final session of the day. Please make your way here at this moment so that we can save on time. All the exhibitors, all the delegates, if you are in the ICCF Conference 2025, let's make our way back to the plenary. Thank you, Collins. One more time, we're calling the meeting to order. Please, let's make our way back to the plenary. We want to continue with the meeting. All the exhibitors who are here, kindly make your way as well to the plenary so that we can get started for the deal session. Once again, I'm calling for the delegates, the exhibitors, every participant in the ICCF 2025, make your way back to the plenary. We continue with the next session and save on time. This is a moment, Waswahili wanasema, hayawi hayawi huwa. And everyone has been eagerly awaiting for the session itself, where we are exchanging the cards, getting the contacts, and we're signing the deal. The deal room is already awaiting for you. 2 seats are there with the folders and the pens. It will be a ceremonial event where also we'll be taking pictures where these deals are being made. But before we head to the deal room, of course, we have to congregate here and do the networking. So please, I'm humbly requesting everyone to be in the plenary session. If you're still in the exhibition booths, be winding up. All the exhibitors, all the delegates, every participant, let's come back to the plenary. I'm calling upon all the exhibitors, all the delegates. If you're participating in this conference, let's be here in the plenary. Again and again, I'm calling upon you, all the exhibitors, all the delegates, every participant of this conference this afternoon, walk back to the plenary. Thank you. Let's try and save on time. All the delegates, every exhibitor, let's walk back to the plenary.
one of the key things we are trying to achieve here is to bring the experts and the producers in one room so that each one of them can
I'm calling upon all the delegates, please come back to the plenary. All the exhibitors, let's congregate here. We start the program, the tail end of the program.
To get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market.
It's not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities.
This international conference on contract farming is very important and a timely conference, especially for Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa, because Ethiopia, Kenya, and Africa were mainly agrarian society.
Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the fifth largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee alone.
So one of the key things we are trying to achieve here is to bring the experts and the producers in one room so that each one of them can understand the challenges for the farmers.
It is also within the framework of a contract farming that you are able to take care of the quality, to get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market.
It's not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities.
It is also important for the private companies who are engaging with the contract farming, because it is also for them important to get a reliable supply of agricultural product.
You have to research well to find out what the market wants, as she said, how the market wants it, so that you are producing for a particular market.
We are proud to be associated with the International Conference on Contract Farming because we have partnered with farmers, exporters, and aggregators who contract farmers. And this conference is very relevant to us. It speaks to our work in terms of linking farmers to markets through contract farming.
And when somebody earlier on was saying that we import sugar in this country, that we import rice in this country, having seen the struggle of the sugar farmers somewhere, because they cannot even afford to pay me to cultivate their land.
Reducing loss, the farmers are usually now ready to embrace the technology. So the approach is trying to show the farmer that when you embrace this technology, you're going to actually increase your yield. One, you're going to be able to be marketable in the market in terms of being accessible to the foreign markets or exporters.
Service providers, especially high-tech innovators who provide services and solutions very relevant to our members as common, and also looking into partnerships with some of the participants who have come to this conference.
If there are tools that are lacking, how can we ideate? How can we provide what is necessary for us to change that narrative? We've been in talks, we've been in conferences, we've been in spaces where we've discussed these problems. They're not new.
Smart farming is the way to go. We all know that the current agricultural system has not fed the world, and it's high time we include other options, including climate smart agriculture, organic agroecology, so that we can fix some of the problems that the conventional system has not fixed.
It has been found that avocado farming and coral farming is quite good,
And it's necessary for farmers to come together to grow the crop and access such markets.
All right, I'm still waiting for the delegates who are still at the exhibition to come over so that we may proceed with the program.
The group,
and I will call upon Monica, who is supposed to be handling this deal session program. Monica, kindly make your way up to the podium so that we can continue our pace. In the meantime, if you're still with other exhibitors booth, I will kindly request all of you to come back to the plenary where we are holding a session. We have a few presentations before we buckle down to and congregate to the various interest groups where we shall be making the deals, and then the signing ceremony will be done at the deal room. And you'll be guided by our ushers where the deal room is, just outside. When you take your left as you're heading towards the parking, there's a green room, which is the deal room. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Monica on stage to take up from here. In the meantime, I'm still insisting, if you are an exhibitor, kindly come back to the plenary so that we can get the guidance from our moderator on how we'll handle this as we move forward. Monica. A round of applause for Monica as she comes. Still, I'm calling upon all the exhibitors to be here as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Where's the energy? Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm seeing some people smiling at me. I want to hear you respond to my greetings, because you're going to an amazing session when you're going to make the deals, So good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. So we want to explore the building partnerships across agriculture value chains, and we need everyone in the agriculture value chain, right? So we want the producers. Who else is in the agriculture value chain? Yeah? What do you do in the value chain? Horticulture? Yes, so I'm requesting if everyone can come here so that we can be able to start off. Okay. So this session, we are going to explore different partnerships which we need in the agriculture value chain so that we can succeed, we can make more money, we can be assured of the market, and we can ensure the farmer is happy. We have people in logistics, we have the producers, we have the distributors, and we have the financial institutions. And why we are having this session and what we want to achieve by the end of the day is we want to make some deals. So I know we have been here for one day, it's almost like half today. So how many of us have already made deals? Like, you know, from here, I have this customer, I'll follow up with these. How many of us have made deals already? Oh yeah, I can see two. Yeah, so I hope all of us will make deals, and if we don't make like deals which translate to business, we can be able to make very good contact, which we can be able to follow up with for future business or for collaborations. And so what you're going to do, the end goal is you're going to end up in the deal room where I want to see some of us or all of us signing something. And I hope when you're going to the deal room, you came with the right tools. Do you know the tools for the deal room? Yes. I hope you have your business cards. What else? You have your proposals. You have your ideas ready. You know the person you want to talk to or the organization. Yes. So we want to connect the stakeholders across multiple agriculture value chains. We have horticulture. We have dairy. We have the cereals. There are so many which are here. Yeah, also we want to explore innovative financing and input provision and offtake. Also want to look at the logistic and the freight solutions. Yeah, we also want to ensure the contracting that you're going to do is very inclusive, and also want to see what are the investment opportunities. And so to start us off, we had so many people who are here. I know some have been here as panelists in other spaces. So I'm going to call just a few people to tell us what they are doing. Then from there, I'm going to guide you on the next steps. So I hope you are going to cooperate, collaborate, and make use of this, because I feel it's the most critical part of this session. Yeah, so that we don't leave here with nice photos, nice stories. It's part of the package. But you want to leave here having made deals which can translate to something. Yes. So I'm going to invite a few people, and we are going to start with the Cereal Growers Association. Where's their representative? Yeah, he's here. So we are going to give you like 2 minutes to tell us what Cereal Growers does and any opportunity they have for us. Then from there, we are going to go to Kenya Airways. We have Lois. Is Lois here? Yeah, hi, Lois. Yes, so we can have, yeah, please come on board. Yes. You guys, please appreciate me. I didn't think. I didn't want to learn from him, so I'm putting myself in very good shoes. Yeah? So I need to be motivated.
Thanks, Monica. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Good. Thank you. My name is Calvin Sonyoka. I work with the Cereal Growers Association as a project manager. I'm happy to be here. We did a session, side event yesterday, and it was quite interesting. And we as CGA, we are a farmer-based organization working with farmers in Kenya. And our role as CGA is fourfold. As a farmer-based organization, we do representation, representing interest of cereal farmers across the nation, engaging different actors across the value chain, to be able to have enabling environment for agribusiness to thrive. That includes policy environment, that includes agronomic support, market access. Number 2, we do technical advisory services. This is a value that we add to our members in terms of training them to be able to have requisite knowledge and skills to produce optimally. As a country, we are not able to produce as per the required productivity levels. Looking at the literature, we are producing at 50% of our potential. So there's work that needs to be done for farmers to be able to produce optimally and be competitive, because in the business environment, you must be competitive to have fair pricing, for example. Number 3, we do economic services, linking various actors to the farmers that we work with, a portfolio of about 670,000 farmers across 32 counties that we work in Kenya. So these linkages include B2B sessions, where we have got off-takers, for example, linking them to farmers towards market access. If it is input supplier, we bring them together, we link them to farmers. If they are financial institutions, we also link them to farmers. Lastly, as an organization, we also do information services provision, where we disseminate various information to farmers, including weather, advisory services, prices of various inputs, and we leverage on technology to be able to do this. We have got various systems that we are able to do that as a farmer-based organization. So coming back to this important discussion about contract farming, why are we interested in contract farming in the first place as Cereal Growers Association, a representation of farmers in this nation? We know through the value chains that we work with, we have got price volatility. This normally affects farmers. So contract farming offers, from the discussions that we have had since yesterday, offers predictability when it comes to prices. So when you engage in mutual contracts that are trusted by both parties, you can be able to, you will be sure of the prices. So it solves the problem of price volatility. Working in the grain sector, the issues around quality and listening to various buyers and off-takers and processors, they insist on having quality produce. So how do you ensure the quality produce? So through contractual agreement, there are components that could be addressed to the producers, the farmers in this case, to be able to produce quality produce through right seeds provision, agronomic support, so that they're able to attain the required quality. So this is important for us as an organization, and for us to be able to do this, we need to have some drivers that can help us to achieve this. So as an organization, Monica, we are interested and we act as a convener, which we can bring together various actors to be able to have some negotiations towards contracting. And CGA works with various actors across the value chain, and through the farmers that we have, we can offer a platform where such discussions can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Calvi. Yes, so we have heard from the Cereal Growers Association what they do and why they're interested, and they are still here. And something you didn't mention, for this team to benefit, do they need to be members or it's open? You respond to that question. So now we are going to go to the logistics team, and I want to welcome Lois from KQ. Yes, let us appreciate her. She is coming. Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I would like to appreciate ICCF. This has been an interesting session. We've had a lot of interactions at the booth, and we have solutions for the farmers. And what is critical for the contract farming that we would like to consistently give back as feedback to farmers is ensure that your contract is clear. Is it door to door? Is it door to port? Door to port, it means from your farm to the destination as far as the port is concerned, and from the port to door. So these are some of the challenges that farmers experience, and it's some of the issues that you need to make sure you address in your contracts. Apart from the process in terms of door to port and door to door is concerned, what are the rates? So then you're able to do your end-to-end rating process. Packaging is also something that is very critical. We experience a lot of packaging related issues in terms of quality. Check your packaging. Is it according to the standard of airline requirements? When the shipment arrives, then it arrives when the package is not properly done. So that's also very important. We have a manual that the agents or the farmers can also use to check if it is a shipment of a certain weight or quantity inside a packaging, how does it, what's the quality that you are required to use. Then finally is the intermodal process. So we bring the avos or the perishables in a pallet, Then the client at destination would want to receive this shipment in a pallet. But then we bring it to the airport and we tell the airline, no, you can put it bulk, you can airlift it bulk, then it arrives when it is not in a shape that the client was expecting on the other side. If it is pallet and the client is expecting the shipment to be in a pallet, you advise the airline and then we'll tell you which flight can do pallets. We have different aircraft size. So the 787, of course, will accept the pallet, the freighter, but the smaller aircrafts will do bulk. Some clients appreciate bulk, so people have different preferences. Thank you very much. Please see us at our booth. If you have any interest in going to different destinations, we have farmers who train, Rwanda, Comoros, we have also Kinshasa. If you are interested in getting our rates in terms of moving with your shipment and your cuttings for the trainings, you can let us know, and then we'll give you a package. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Lois. Yes, and how can we get the manual? Apart from coming to the booth, there are those who are following online.
So we'll share our contacts, and then we can refer you to our training school. Apart from the manual, then we have a 3 days training for temperature control shipment. So that's also something that we can share with the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Lois once again. Yes. Now we are going to go to certifications, and I'm going to invite Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, COAN, to tell us about certifications and what they do and why they're interested with contract farming. Let us appreciate Phoebe as she's coming. Then after COAN, we are going to go to Avocado Society of Kenya. I hope Ernest is here. Is Ernest here? Okay. Let's first hear about certification.
Good afternoon. My name is Phoebe Monyoro from the Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. COAN is a national membership organization that was developed by stakeholders to coordinate the organic sector. It comprises of farmers, traders, input suppliers, service providers such as certification bodies and field extension officers, and research organizations. We are keen to be part of this conference, especially in regards to certification, as Monica has mentioned. We certify organic producers and input suppliers in Kenya using the Kilimo Hai Organic Mark. It's a regional mark that was created by organizations such as ours. We call ourselves the Organic Agriculture Movements across East Africa. So in Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, together with our respective KEBS, and in Tanzania, there are Bureau of Standards, in Uganda and the other countries, we developed a standard called the East Africa Organic Product Standard, which is our guideline on the Kilimo Hai Organic Mark, and it issues advisory or standards that are uniform for the East African region on how to produce and how to be compliant in regards to organic production. So under Kilimo Hai Mark, we are very interested to be part of this conference, to interact with farmers and to interact with input suppliers who would be interested to be Kilimo Hai certified, especially those who are doing regional trade, so that we can embrace our very own standard that was developed by stakeholders such as ours, who will help people differentiate products in the market in regards to organic produce that you see out there. Many people claim to sell organic, but if you really want to know something is truly Kilimo Hai certified, then you need to be certified by Kilimo Hai. If you need more information, you can visit our website, www.coan.co.ke. And if you need more information on certification, you can visit our website called kilimohaikenya.org. And also you can visit us at our stand number 4, and we'll be very happy to interact with you. You'll meet farmers who have their products certified, and we take them through the process, and we also help farmers with market linkage, meeting, capacity building, and also market linkages and capacity building within Kenya and also across the region. So thank you very much, and we look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before you leave the stage, can you talk in a minute about PGS? Because here we have farmer groups and cooperatives here, just in a minute.
Okay. Under Kilimo Hai, we have 2 types of certification. One is third party for large-scale farmers who are interested in organic farming. The second is PGS, Participatory Guarantee System. This is very common for smallholder farmers who are keen to join a group or start a group that they can produce organic products. They go through training and also through the certification process. We call it peer review, where they assess each other. We help build capacity and market enhancement. We also help them open organic farmers market across Kenya. So it could be something very interesting for anyone who would be interested to either join a PGS group or start their own PGS group where there is none. Yeah.
Thank you. I know when you visit your stand and also during the D room, we are going to share more. Thank you. Let us appreciate Phoebe. Yes, now we'll go to Avocado Society of Kenya. Is Mr. Ernest here? Okay, I think I can't see Mr. Ernest. So the final person is from the Control Union. Before she comes here, I want to share with you something interesting where I met this person. I met this person sometimes back after high school when I was looking my way out in Nairobi. And since then, we have never met again. But we've been meeting these spaces of agriculture and food systems. So I'm so happy to see my friend come and share about the Control Union. Let us welcome Emily. Yes, where do you meet your friends? Where are your friends?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Monica. I remember where we met. It was a certain group and it's still functional. Okay, Emily Gitonga from Control Union. Control Union is a certification body. We deal with certification, inspections, fumigation, and pest control. And we also have an academy that is NITA approved, where we teach on the different standards that we offer. We have standards in different industries. We have standards in organic agriculture. We have standards in good agricultural practices, in the food space, in tourism, and many more. You can visit our booth there and get to learn more. And I would say this forum was very good and enlightening, since for anybody who is interested in selling their produce to the global market, that's where we specialize in. Our standards are international, and our presence is in over 80 plus countries worldwide. So you're free to visit our booth and learn more about our services. Also, you can visit our website, that is www.controlunion.com, and get to learn of the different standards that we are offering. Thank you again.
Thank you, Emily. And you can tell us, why are you guys interested in contract farming? Or what do you have for us?
Earlier during your talk, you spoke about how you have been enlightening the women and the youth, and we just don't want you to do the local thing. We want you to export your produce to the international markets. You know, in the international space, you are getting premium prices for your produce. So that's why I am interested in the contract. We are interested in the contract farming because we know once you upscale, then now you're able to get the necessary certification and are able to look for us and we help walk the journey with you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Let us appreciate Emily. Yes, so now we are going to have a networking session. And we hope this networking session will help us know what our financial needs, what the potential partners, and if there's any deal that you're going to make. So these small sessions, they're going to be small group discussions, and I'm going to guide you on how we are going to go about them. And we are going to have different actors, the farm organization, the farmers, the processors and exporters, potato value chain. Do we have someone here from the potato value chain or someone in the potato value chain? Okay. Then avocado value chain. Okay. Then horticulture. Yes. Then grain and passes. Grain and passes. Yeah. Dairy sector. Anyone in the dairy sector here? And then logistics and finance and control standards. Okay, so mko wapi? All your potentials in those spaces. Yes, so I'm going to invite again CGA. Calvis, I want you to just stand here. I'm going to call Calvis from cereal growers. Also, I'm going to have Emily. We're going to have Emily, Coan, and KQ together. Please come here again. Just come here. Yes, and just stand here. Yeah. Yes, and avenues, the ones in the finance sector. Where are you? Are you here? Oh, where's KQ? And anyone in logistics? Anyone in logistics here apart from KQ? Okay, so for the roundtable discussion for grains and passes and potato value chain. I know you're not there, but you can support. We're going to have Calvis lead that team. So if you're interested, please, you can join Calvis. Then you'll find a space here and have that discussion on what are the financial needs, what are the opportunities, what are these farmers or whoever is here want. Yes, and if something comes up, you want to strike a deal, we are going to tell them where the space is. The same thing with the COAN and Control Union. You can also join their group to know more about what they do and even the business part of it. Yes. So I don't think we should have only two groups. Maybe Dibal, you can help me here, or even the team. Which other team is here and I have not mentioned? The farmers. Yeah, where are our farmers? Even you said you're in horticulture. Huh? Come, you help me. Come. Yeah. You? Yeah, ako wapi Peter? Oh, okay, ako wapi? Yeah, Peter, come. Where's Peter? Silimeona Peter kwa hapo nyuma. Peter, please come. So I didn't want to choose the
group that you need to join, but I'm requesting if you can join any of. Where do you want to go with your group? But not outside, maybe within the room. But if something interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Different colors, we are 4 of us.
Ah, okay.
Yes, so cereal growers will be here. Yes, then Control Union and Coan will be here. Then the farmers, Akina Munyaka na Sisi will be here. We are 4, all we can take different groups. But you're doing the same thing. It's the same? Yeah. So I think we can get someone from KQ to come. So those ones who want to go for, so KQ and logistics will be here. Then farmers will be here. Then you'll be here. Then you'll be there. So what I can request you to make use of this time and also to have fruitful deliberations is you can join any of the groups. Yeah. And we have around 20 minutes. Yeah. You can join either if you are a producer, you exporter, or wherever you are, yes. So the purpose is to know more about each other, to network, to share opportunities, to know what are the needs, to exchange our cards, and to see if we can strike deals. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. So, how are you?
What's the name of the person who is supposed to do dairy?
Dairy is Edward.
Do you know which company or association he is?
I know the California, but I think it was Pele.
Yeah, you don't need to, right? But yeah, you can share ideas, what you are doing, what questions do you have, what are the opportunities, what are the needs, what can you offer, and what are they offering, or which, where are you positioned in the agriculture value chain where you can collaborate. Yeah, share contact. Yeah, I want to see people talk and discuss. Yeah, and as you continue discussing, you find like you need more private space to continue discussing. We have a deal room, so we can show you where you can go. Yes, then this is the last instruction. So we'll expect you to share the key outcome from each round table. Yeah, we expect you to share key outcome from each round table. Also, please share if there's any potential partnership, MOU, and next steps. Yeah. I'm seeing people are smiling. I hope things are going to. But don't force things, eh?
That is fine. I think we are going to go. From this bit. From this discussion.
Let's come.
You know, in such events,
Hi.
So, what's it like to be a call center agent?
Well,
Internet slower than a boomer's dial-up modem? Get ExpressVPN and enjoy the speeds you need, wherever you are. Just one tap, and you'll be connected faster than you can say ExpressVPN. Just how fast are we? Try our speed test and see just how fast our 10 gigabits per second server network really goes. Stream or game with unlimited bandwidth and maximum speed to get more from the things you love. Get ExpressVPN today and start your digital protection.
Reid Hoffman is one of Silicon Valley's most respected visionaries. And this is what he posted. If you use products like Whisper or ChatGPT Voice, you know what I mean. Voice is simply faster, more natural, and more flexible than typing. He said he's voice-pilled, and I can see why. WhisperFlow delivers what Reid calls the future of AI interaction. Here's how it works.
Instead of typing, just talk. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly.
Reid explains that voice is iterative by default. You stumble, you rephrase, you interrupt yourself. WhisperFlow handles all of that and turns it into perfect prompts wherever you're working.
Reid predicts we'll all be prompting AI more. And voice lets you add way more nuance and detail. Better prompts, better results. That's why he calls Flow's voice dictation a major step forward in human-computer interaction. If AI visionaries are raving about it, you should probably give it a try too. It's free. Get voice-pilled with WhisperFlow today.
Getting a shipping quote just got so much easier. Your competitive shipping rate, lightning fast. Quick quotes for full flexibility, or quick quotes spot for fixed guaranteed rates. Improved schedule reliability with 6,000 port-to-port combinations. Add live position to your quotation and follow your container along with its route. Check out the new way to quote on hapagloyd.com.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with ElevenLabs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try ElevenLabs for free and start elevating your content today.
Yes, now we are going to wrap up, and I want us to hear the outcomes from each team. We can continue later exchanging and following up. Yes, so Emily, is your team ready? Not yet. We have to strike a deal today. Phoebe, is your group ready? You guys, you cannot be ready. So what you're going to do, even though you're not ready, you are going to share what you've been able to capture. Calvin, is your team ready? Yes. Yeah. So let us give this team group to share their outcomes. Yes.
I share from here. Still good afternoon. Okay. So we have had a very interesting discussion from this team. We are exploring various opportunities that we have. So yeah, it's okay. Okay, so this is the feedback from the discussion we have had. So this group was composed with various actors or participants. So we had farmers, we had consultants. This group was also blessed to have representation from AgVenture Limited. We had a tech company known as FarmMall. We had insurance company known as Liberty Life. We also had Sophie, traceability, also tech company, of course, together with the farmers. So from the discussion, the opportunities and which could lead to deals, of course, there's high possibility that something is going to be signed after this. One of the areas that was really interesting was the discussion around the agri-tech company that was represented in this group known as FarmMall. So FarmMall is ag-tech that provides market access. It provides input access, though that's yet to be finalized, and also provide agronomic support to farmers. So they buy potatoes, and they're interested in buying Marquise and Challenger. Those are potato varieties. So the farmers that were in this group are working out in a way that they can supply their produce through FarmMall platform. Very interesting. Because the farmers are like, yes, we have the potato, where do you sell? And FarmMall is currently active in Nyandarua. And the farmers that were represented in this group, Monica, I have got more deals to announce. So you give me more time, eh? Yes, and I also speak to farmers, and I may have a lot of content to deliver. So let's proceed. So FarmMall will be able to have a discussion with the farmers. I think this is something that can be scaled. Next, we have the representation from AgVenture. So AgVenture contract farmers and they contract canola farmers, especially those farmers that previously were doing wheat, barley. So canola is a crop that you can use as a crop rotation. It helps to correct soil. So the contract farmers who are doing canola, they press the rapeseed, also known as canola, to make oil. Then from that, they have a byproduct known as canola cake. This is important for animal feed. So in the group, we had a representation of poultry farmers. We had dairy farmers who are interested in buying the canola cake from AgVenture. So this is a deal that they can sign, and canola is important, even as a crop. If you're growing wheat, barley, you're growing potato, you can use this as a rotational plan for your crop. So that is also something that is worth pursuing. As mentioned earlier, we also had Liberty Life Insurance Company that offers crop and livestock insurance. And the farmers that were represented in this group are also interested in getting crop and livestock insurance. Especially AgVenture says that they insure their farmers because the farmers that they work with that do canola is under contract, so they need insurance. So they're working out on that. We also had a rabbit farmer, but unfortunately we don't have livestock insurance for rabbit. So this is an opportunity that we could also explore, the team that is here. And rabbit is coming famous, especially for young farmers who are doing small livestock. So that's an opportunity to explore. Another consultant that we had in this meeting, we have a consultant firm known as Mkulima Value Chain Consulting. So they've got a product that addresses soil health. Soil health is an issue in this country. If you don't address your soil, no matter how much organic fertilizer or inorganic fertilizer you put into your farm, you won't be able to produce much. So Mkulima Value Chain Consulting has got a product, soil conditioner, that the farmers that were in this group were really interested to be able to buy and try out in their farms. Monica, can I say thank you at that point? Or unless if there is, I would also like to give the group, if there's something that I've missed, they can also do a comment.
Thank you. Let us appreciate that group, and thank you for sharing. That has been very insightful. And I feel like you guys, you might need now to catch up more. I didn't see it in the program, but I think you might need like an evening catch up. Wow. And we hope that this will be signed and you're going to follow through. Thank you so much. So I think we'll come now to Emily's group and give us feedback.
Good afternoon again. From our group, we had a representation of an exporter who is doing herbs exporting. We had a student, we had somebody in the honey processing, and some Israeli students who did agriculture in Israel, sharing some of their insights. And from the group, they were interested in knowing the certification process and the costs. And they also had a genuine concern of why other certification bodies were not present. Secondly, is the role of leaders in such forums. They felt that there was a need for leaders to attend such forums so that what is discussed is escalated up there so that we have more policies on agriculture and how to upscale agriculture. And then thirdly is the way there were no financial institutions in the exhibition, and they felt that there was a need for the financial institutions to be around so that they may help the farmers or interested parties with finances to do their activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Emily and the group. And thank you for the feedback. I hope our MC has more. We have a rapporteur. I'm sure he has noted that. And are you okay to share that feedback? She was telling me why the financial institutions about farming it's a risk, but hey, you'll give them money. Yeah, that's a gap, and she cannot give without the money. Imagine. Let's you go, you talk for us with those people. No, we want some conversation which you lead to that deal. Yeah, thank you very much. Then also I have a concern with standards. Like if we are talking about Africa and the economic blocs, why do we have like, I'll take a Kilimo High in Kenya, but when I go to South Africa, I have to take another, the same standard for my product. And we are talking about Africa uniting, we are talking about being those economic blocs. I don't like that thing. So as Control Union and COAN, you need to do something about that. Yes, so we'll come now to our farmers here, though I know we are not all of us farmers. You'll share the feedback.
Thanks. The question that we're trying to get answers to in that group was, did this conference address the issues of our farmers? That is what we were trying to check. And there are some misses and hits that have come from this conference. Because everyone can have a chance to talk about the hits. We are much more interested with the misses of this conference. First, farmers are concerned about the gaps that exist between the farmers and the Ministry of Agriculture. That one didn't come out very well in this conference. Another thing that our farmers feel like it was not well addressed was on certification. Though we had some representatives talk about certification, it has not been so clear to our farmers as to what that certification entails. So they feel like there is a miss on that. Another thing that our farmers are feeling like it was not well addressed is the issue of consumer health. As much as we want to sign the contract, the issue of the person who is doing the consumption has not been well addressed in this forum. Another thing is the issue of the local market. It seems like so much effort was put on the export market, and they did not touch much about the local market, which our farmers are also trying to serve. Another thing, our farmers and farmer representative feels like it was not well addressed. The main person in the discussion, who are the farmers, seems like the greatest number was not about farmers. So we are wondering, if you bring the KQ, you bring the regulator, you bring the financier, but the person receiving the information is missing in the concept. So we are feeling like that was a miss, and a far great miss than anything else. Some farmer representatives are concerned about having a side event alongside an event which is main. Our question is, if you have a side event and you cannot be in two places at the same time, does it mean that I'm going to miss out on the side event or the main event? So the organizers, you need to take note of that. Farmers are feeling like, or the farmer representatives are feeling like, I want to know about the AFA, which was a side event, and I also needed to be here to hear about the financial. So if you put those two events concurrently, we are wondering, where do you expect us to be? Another thing that was not touched is on the issue of value addition. All the speakers, none talked about value addition. So that one feels like a miss. Someone asked about reachability of the panelists. Like, Monica, if I was to ask you, how would you reach the gentleman from Ethiopia? How would you reach? It has not been set clearly as there's no reason of having a panelist, yet you cannot reach them. So does it have any effect on our farmer representative? Because majority of who we had are farmer representative. Another miss, such an international event, farmers are wondering, our farmer representatives are wondering, not even a writing material was available in such an event. Even if I had a question and I wanted to write it down, there's no way I could have done, because I came all the way knowing that such a big event would have been provided with such essential materials. Another person was suggesting the deal room. Why have it when everybody, almost everyone is leaving and tired? Why not have it in the morning when those people who are the ministry, the speakers are there? Majority of them, they did their thing and they've left. So, and we are now here in the deal room without them. So if we had that in the morning, our farmers feel like it would have been far much better. Someone is concerned about big names being mentioned in the program, and they are missing. So they are wondering, what was that for? Somebody saw a name of a governor somewhere, but they are missing. So farmers are concerned. Do not place those big names just to make us attend an event, then the guy is missing. So those are the concerns of our farmers. I hope the organizers have noted all those concerns from the farmers and do an improvement. There are some I've tried to skip. Like somebody is saying, the choice of this event venue was not, I don't know how to put it. They feel like it shouldn't have been in the city where farmers cannot afford to be here. Thank you. Those are the remarks from our farmers. If there's anything I've left out, a farmer and farmer representative, please feel free to air out your review. Anasema, there was no food. I didn't want to mention that.
Okay, thank you so much for the feedback, and I'm sure the organizers have taken note of that, and we really appreciate. And farmers are not just beneficiaries of this event, they are key stakeholders. So their needs, their interests, and their priorities have to be factored in. So, tumesikia. So, nyi mmekataa deals, mkatupatia feedback, but thank you so much for the feedback, we really appreciate. You want to share something? Oh. Okay, and I hope some of those things, that's why we did the expectations. I hope they'll be addressed. If not, you'll bear with us. And next time, this conference is for all of us to make it successful. Yes, so we'll move now to Phoebe's group. Yes.
Thank you. Our group we had a team of 6 strong people with very vast experience. We have one who's a retired government. She used to work in government and has worked in the agroecology space with agrochemicals and NGOs and with various institutions, and is now in the space of agricultural information. We have a farmer. We had actually 3 farmers, two in Kajiado, one in Ngong, and another one in Emali, who are keen on upscaling their businesses. And actually, we had another farmer from Molo, and somebody else in the technology space, and primarily on horticulture. Some of the key outcomes we had were, one, we haven't met the local demand. We are all thinking about exporting, and it's a key area where if we haven't met our local market and we are thinking about export, we are missing onto something, because kama hatushibi, then kuna tashwishi mahali. The other was on seeds. Seeds became an area of concern, especially on getting traditional seeds. We are all getting commercial seeds that are hybrid and GMOs, and we talked about having seed banks as farmers, and the need for us to also be keen on how to value add traditional vegetables. That was something else that became quite stood out quite prominently. We discussed about a lot of export market and how to maintain the freshness of products, especially vegetables. And we discussed that the best way to go about it is to do value addition. And if people could engage in such economic ventures, it could be a good way to go. We also talked about how to overcome the high prices of certification, especially for those who are exporting. It's such a rigorous process to get certified, and also to comply to the internal control systems that are set up. And breaking even takes years. Somebody has talked about more than 26 years being in this business. You have to be passionate about it. It's not something that you come and go. It's not a hit and run. You really need to be passionate about farming for you to stay in farming. So we really need to look into the certification, especially for exports. The other was, this will resonate with the farmers group. We said farmers are not happy. They're not happy at all. They said they spend most forums discussing why they're not happy. And it comes with all these challenges that they're going through. And they need to speak as one voice. They need a strong association that will fight for their rights and will help lobby for their issues. We also talked about contract farming. We were hoping we'd have more traders here who are engaging in contract farming, people who are off-takers, people who are aggregators. We felt that was a key miss, and it could be very important to have success stories and take stock of what has worked well with certain off-takers and farmers, because we are prone to complain and we would want to know what's working well in crops, what's working well in livestock. There are people who are talking about goat farming and how goat farming, the prices keep increasing and the supply and we're not able to meet the supply. So we need to merge those two together and find a way forward. We also talked about cartels. Yeah, how to beat the middleman. And through contract farming, we feel it should be important to have traders. It became also a big point, a strong point rather, to have traders in these forums and discuss best way to go about it. And also hear what contractors go through, because we are hearing the plight of farmers only. We don't get to hear the other side of the coin, or listen to the other side of the coin, or see the other side of the coin. And they also have their own issues, so it could be great to get this perspective from them. We talked about yeah, that's what we talked about. We exchanged contacts amongst ourselves, and some farmers are keen to engage one company that deals with plant oils. They deal with 26 different plant oils and distribute B2B and B2C, and are also into the cosmetics manufacturing. So yeah, that's what we discussed.
Thank you, Phoebe and this team. Yeah, let us appreciate Phoebe and the team. That was very comprehensive. I love it. It was a mix of everything, The farmer's perspective, the standards, what was not in the conference, and something I've noted. Yeah, the issue of value addition was missing, but I think in the morning session was mentioned, but it was not a lot. Then maybe this one, Cereal Growers Association, you can help us, or the contractors here, issue of the indigenous seeds and seed banking, because there's a problem somewhere. I remember yesterday we were told by contractors they don't encourage farmers to replant their seeds. And also it was not very clear which seeds are we talking about. So maybe that's something we really need to address on how to go about it. Let me see something else. Yes, and yes, so I think this is very good feedback. It's cutting across from the deals to the feedback to the certification, what you are supposed to do. And I feel we can be able to do a follow-up. So please continue exchanging contacts, giving us feedbacks, seeing what can work, following through. And you have said the farmers are always complaining and very sad. I think there's a problem somewhere. Like this group has said, they saw big names. No, we didn't put those names. Those people are confirmed to come. So if they're your governors or your leaders, call them out, okay? Yes, but there are those who passed their apologies. Then about, maybe Dibel can help us here, how to connect. I don't know if we can share the emails. I don't know, because there are those who are interested to meet some of the panelists. I don't know if you did registration for these. I think that's something maybe we can be able to follow through. Yes, so as we wrap up, I want us to feel the way we always feel when we are back in our farms, back there in our counties. So I'm going to ask the DJ to put for us a song, and I want us to dance to this song. I hope it will bring some energy back as we wrap up this as we wrap up this conference. Yes. Yeah, and this is a bad joke, I went for the international One Food Day last year, and there was no food. And you can imagine it's international. If you get it, you get it. So We expected this being about agriculture, the exhibitors to bring some products for us to eat and buy. Yeah, so DJ, go ahead. You can who knows what that song says? Saluya song says, Misisi Tuko. Okay, thank you. Yes, so I'm going to give Lois a minute. Yes, we talk about our deal.
So good afternoon. We were 4 of us in the logistics deal room. It was Monica, herself, myself, and Lois. Those are 4. And we struck a deal. And the deal is Monica has a conference of women in 35 countries. And she appreciated Kenya Airways presentation. It was very educative. And she would like us to repeat the same. So if I attend the conference, I'll get the deal of businessmen and women who would like to ship their shipment from Africa, different African destinations into Kenya and beyond. Tulikuwa wengi, sindo 4. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Let us appreciate. You know, when I sent KQ Logistics to sit there, no one was going there. I didn't know I'll be the person who was supposed to be there. Because we organized this conference for women in agro-business, talking about cross-border trade. And you can imagine, we have not invited anyone from the logistics. So how are we doing the cross-border trade without the logistics team? So, Lois, thank you very much. And also the presentation really opened my eyes in so many things. And also in this conference, I've known in our conference who we are supposed to bring. Otherwise, we'll do the story of burying is it the cat or the rat was being buried? Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to welcome Dibal to take us to the final part of this conference. Thank you, everyone. I hope you'll be able to connect. Peter sinakuja Nyahururu. Yeah.
A round of applause for Monica. Mpigeni makofi, she's done a wonderful job, so much energy. Monica, you've done splendidly well, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I know on the second day of a conference, many people sometimes they feel a bit flecked out and tired. It's been, of course, 2 very exciting 2 days, and we appreciate your participation. We thank you so much. And this was meant to be the nexus of everyone now congregating together and clinching that deal. Yeah, so the 2 of you, it seems also, Lois and Monica, yeah, it's not about the numbers, it's the impact of the deal, right? And we appreciate the consensus that has been there in different forums. Monica was teasing out and telling you also there is a deal room. Maybe you and Monica, Lois, you need to go to that particular deal room and just have a ceremonial, feel of it, you signing the deal and exchanging their pleasantries as well. And even having, a Kodak moment just to immortalize where it really started. So, do not underestimate the first step. They always say, the Chinese, that, a journey to 1,000 miles, of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. And they always say that inch by inch, everything becomes a cinch. Yard by yard, life is hard. So inch by inch, everything will become easy. So slowly by slowly, we are getting there. We appreciate the feedback, the critique, and of course, this being also the second conference, we're always getting better and better. And I thank you so much, Peter Munyaka, for the feedback from your group as well. That was the deal. We welcome these observations with so much profound humility. And of course, we promise as the event organizer, we will improve on some of the issues that you've raised. Just as also Monica mentioned, yes, some of the guests who were here on the program had confirmed. But of course, you know, sometimes with government officials, things do happen. You call to State House, you call for another meeting, and you have to send a representative. So that is bound to happen. So this was not really name dropping to act as a click bait for you to come. And accessibility of the panelists will be able also to advise you on that particular note as well, on how, if you're interested in some of the panelists that were here and they've left, you want to get their contacts, I think you will approach also the Sunflower event. They'll be able to guide you on how you can get in touch with the panelist that took an interest, or you have a flash of interest. We appreciate the fact that, yes, some of the issues maybe didn't really come out very clearly, and we'll work on them as well. The issue of certification and clarity about it. We centered so much, as you mentioned, on the on the export market, not really navel gazing, also on the local market that we do have as well. The main person that you felt was profoundly missing in the conversation is the farmer. And we give up so much time to the regulators on the value chain. So that is also something that we have taken notes. The side event that you maybe wanted to be, you know, in both, to get yourself enriched and broaden your understanding in different, when you're talking about the AFA and what was happening also here, sometimes you felt you missed out. That also will be looked upon as well. And many other issues that you've raised. The off-takers were not really here, the traders were not here. It could have been a confluence of all these players coming together. A value addition was not given also much premium attention. That can be worked on. And also the venue, I think we'll want to know what exactly you meant by saying it is not really, should I say, appealing to the farmer. So we'll want just to get the permutations of it so that we can get clarity when you're choosing venue for next year as well. I don't want to keep you for long, but I think it's been a wonderful 2 sessions that we've had, a lot that we can improve on, and still the exhibitions are there. We will give you ample time also just to visit if you've not visited any. But allow me just also to just give a vote of thanks as we come to the close of this year's international conference on contract farming, which we held under the theme Exploring Market Opportunities in Contract Farming. Kindly allow me to express my deepest thanks on behalf of Sunflower Events and gratitude for your presence, first of all, your insights, your unwavering commitment to strengthening agricultural value chains. And over the course of this conference, we have listened to you farmers, we've listened to policymakers, we've listened to the private sector players, development partners, and market specialists share rich perspectives on how contract farming can unlock new possibilities for domestic and export markets. Examine also the challenges that persist along value chains that has been highlighted here, and identified practical solutions that can empower farmers while enhancing the competitiveness of Kenya's agricultural sector. So this gathering to me has come again to demonstrate that when stakeholders come together with openness and a shared sense of purpose, progress, it becomes not only possible but inevitable. So we want to appreciate and extend our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development for their endorsement and continued leadership in driving agricultural transformation in Kenya. They couldn't manage to be here, but they sent their representatives. Also, allow us to appreciate Mr. Filippo Amato, head of trade section, delegation of the European Union to Kenya, for his steadfast support and his commitment to deepening EU-Kenya agricultural cooperation. He was here yesterday very early, but he had to leave as well, and we had a representative also giving remarks on his behalf. Ambassador Demeke Atnafu Ambulo, Deputy Head of Mission at the Ethiopian Embassy, for, of course, honoring us with his presence and reinforcing the importance of regional collaboration in agriculture. It will be remiss of me if I don't also mention the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Nairobi, whose engagement signals promising future opportunities in expanded agricultural trade partnerships. We saw Mohammed Al-Gufaili here in the morning. Also, we had Christine Cesaro, Director at the Agricultural and Food Authority, AFA, for her valuable insights on regulations and future of Kenya's value chains. We had also Isaac Wangosho, Assistant Director at the State Department for Trade, for highlighting the critical links between market systems and farmer competitiveness. There was also Haj Mohammed, the County Director of Machakos County here in the morning. We also appreciate their presence as well. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to, and special thanks to our moderators. Elizabeth Mweni Kio Nzioka started us off, going back to back with 2 sessions. We had Robert Asena as well, Gladwell Kimaita. We had Linda Capwell. Linda had also just to leave because of constraints of time. She had to catch a flight. I had to step in for her as well, but she guided me so well on the panelist and what to expect from the conversation as well. I want to thank Monica Nyaga, who was one of the speakers, but also she doubled in as a moderator this afternoon on the deal session. So I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to her. And all our speakers that we had here, all our panelists that we had in the 2 days of the conference, what a joy, what rich seam of information you extended to us. We come out of this conference enriched and broadened understanding in different facets of the value chain of the contract farming that we are all endeavoring to see becoming a success in this country and exceedingly beneficial for us and the entire nation as well. So we want to say thank you. Thank you so much. We want to thank also our media team, our technical team, for the nice projection we've had, no hitches with the sound. We want to say thank you for your good service that you've extended to this particular conference. We appreciate you. We want to appreciate also the venue here at Sarit Center. I think the ambience is excellent, and for the affable reception that we've gotten from them, so far so good. And we want to thank you, our delegates. Some of you have been amazingly patient. Some of you have been engaging, right? Asking questions on every fora, on every, of course, session that we had as well. I want to say thank you so much for being amazingly patient. We cannot forget to appreciate you. I will not forget the exhibitors that we've had. And if you see, there's so many of them. I want just to appreciate each and every one of them that has shown up for this particular conference this year. And I know they're listed here, but allow me just to begin and appreciate our sponsors, our partners in this journey together. As I've always said, and I'll continue to say, we cannot whistle a symphony. We have to, of course, play the symphony as an orchestra. And all of you have been a part of this orchestra in one way, playing the flute, playing the drums, the cello, the guitar, the piano. We thank you so much. We want to appreciate the European Union. We want to appreciate also the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We want to appreciate KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kenya Airways, Lois Bewa, thank you, and your team. We appreciate you. Kowan, we thank Eustace and of course his team. We thank also Agriculture Sector Network for being here, the voice of Kenyan agriculture. Cereal Growers Association, you've been very, very active in the conference. Mercy Corps, Agrifin were here yesterday. Thank you so much. Romani, converters and recyclers, we extend our hearty thanks to you. Unga Holdings Limited, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Ugali has always been our favorite staple food. We always know Unga, Jogo, Sokoni, Pembe, and all of them that comes in that particular fora. We thank you so much. Davis and Shatlift, thank you so much. We say thank you to Sustainable Agricultural Foundation, South Africa. Crystal, we extend our warmest thanks to you as well. Sophie, we say thank you, Limited. Avenues, we have Pembe as well. East Africa Israel Chamber of Commerce, we appreciate you for your participation this year. Fahari Aviation, thank you for your insight on how we can integrate technology, and of course, within very limited time, you can spread your pesticides on a 1 acre farm within minutes, I think, or was it 10 acre farms within minutes. We say thank you to you so much. Exportiga Global Limited, we appreciate you. Protein Report, Agritech, Middle East and Africa, thank you. Impact, we cannot mention all other players without mentioning you as well. African Agribusiness, thank you. Review Africa, warmest thanks. AgriFocus, we appreciate you. Control Union, thank you for the insights on certification and all. And CKL Africa Limited, doing more with you, we thank you. One Voice, Women Trade Network, we appreciate you. iShamba, also we say thank you so very much. And AgriScan AI, we say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this now brings a close to our conference, ICCF 2025. And as we leave this conference, also, let us carry forward the momentum we have built here today. Let us strengthen partnership, champion farmer-centered solutions, and continue exploring market opportunities that uplift communities, drive national development, and connect Kenya and the region to the global markets. And on behalf of the organizing committee at the Sunflower Events, I thank each of you for your participation, your contribution, and your commitment to advancing contract farming as a pathway to prosperity. We look forward to meeting again in our next convening. Safe travels, and may the collaborations formed here continue to grow and flourish. Thank you. ICCF 2025, we now declare it closed. Thank you so much for being amazingly patient, I should say. I don't know if applause for yourself. Asanteni sana. And I've been your moderator, Dibala Nea. And I wish you a restorative, of course, night today, and a good remaining 2 days of the week. Thank you. So in the meantime, please, we still have the exhibition booths there. Go and take contacts, exchange, spread yourselves around with your business cards. That's the aim of this. If you've not gone to the deal room, Please be shown where the deal room is. There is an usher outside there. You can go and have a Kodak moment there. May God richly bless you. And lastly, of course, we will not forget to thank our good Lord for giving us health and, of course, peace for us to hold this conference. Thank you.